Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. I'm starting early today. I know. Normally I don't start this early, but maybe we can finish this today or soon. We're getting near the end of the main campaign. There's, of course, the Frozen... Was it the Frozen North? We'll see if we do that one. This game gets me so salty. And the more I play it, the more I understand why it does. But, and I start to go back. I go back and look at things, and I start to realize the problems I have with this game. And I think it strictly is a combination of I managed to hit like all the potholes in the game where most people somehow avoid them. And it comes down to some of the ways I play it. I mean, just physically, not necessarily the method, but you know, how I use my keyboard and mouse, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, we're gonna play because we're getting close. Oh gosh, I got the red light on. Oh, now it's off. Good. Suddenly realized maybe I shouldn't say I got the red light on, huh? With my interactive lighting. Oh, good. It's optimizing shaders again. Why? Plus the general, you know, there is actual music in the background of this scene. There is actually music. It's not supposed to be silent, but if I turn the music up, then the music in-game ends up incredibly loud. So I have to turn it down here. Yeah, Frozen Wilds. We may do that one. We may skip it. I don't know. I'm sure everyone's getting tired of me sassing the game. Everyone who's ever played this goes, I didn't have a problem with it. Like, I know, apparently I just hit every pothole going down this road. Everyone else manages to dodge them without thinking, and I just hit every last one of them. And I get salty. I think a legit reason why I get so salty at this game as well is I wasn't necessarily in the mood for this game when I picked it up. What keeps me playing it is a good game, despite the saltiness I get, but I wasn't just entirely in the mood for it. The biggest reason I picked it up was because, you know, I didn't want it to get lost in my backlog somewhere. We were playing Fallout 4, we still are. But I didn't want to play exclusively that because that was going to take forever. And so I kind of wanted to pick up another game that was good and long. And with a sequel announced for this, I was like, okay, well, we'll play this one. But then, yeah, I wasn't entirely in the mood for it. And I think that has to do with why I enjoy it when I play it, aside from the salt. But I can easily not pick it up again. I think maybe that's the problem. Just wasn't in the mood for it. Well, the shaders are finished. There we go. I've been real picky about games lately that I play. I was kind of briefly talking about this with a friend yesterday, is I don't like, at least as of this past year, I don't necessarily like games that seek to stress me out, you know. It's not to say I don't want a game that's challenging. I just don't necessarily want the stress that goes with it. I mean, the past year and a half has been very stressful. And I've been playing games since I was 5 years old. I'm almost 41. So that can kind of tell you how long I've been doing this. You know, I came from the golden age of games where they were hard because they were poorly programmed or meant to eat your quarters. And so it's kind of like I want my golden years of gaming now. I don't want to quit. I just wanted, like, take it easy, you know? Alright, we were supposed to talk to this guy. Oh yeah, three-toed Hadiv. We don't know why he's three-toed. We have no proof it's him.
You're three-toe Hadiv, right? Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
I don't know. I've never learned that lesson either. Sorry. I had my mic muted and it was when I was moving it, but it might have picked up when it unmuted.
Why do you think Vanasha swindled you?
My crew came to Sunfall because we heard the bounties were fat. She offered us the fattest one of all, enough to retire on. It's my own damn fault for taking the bait. Should have known I'd end up with a rupture in my useful parts.
Also, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna do what I did yesterday. No Man's Sky is doing drops on Twitch again with certain streamers, so I'm going to have them on mute, of course, but in the background so I can get the drops, but they're not on yet. They're like on in like an hour or two, so there might be moments where I pause and check things.
So Vanasha needed safe passage for Nasadi and Idaman, but it didn't work out?
She made it sound so sweet and easy. Find the best path to the lake, make sure it's safe. What could go wrong? Turns out, a lot. Like bloody murder in the grinding jaws of a heinous death beast.
Could mean that day.
Hello, Chris Hall. Hopefully you're doing good today. And hello, Ember Songs. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hopefully everyone's doing good today. I know it started early. Started real early today. Well, actually, as of now, it'd be like an hour early.
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Kaja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. A rock-eating demon guards it for them.
Oh, no.
It tunnels in the dirt, breaks
No,
through the
not
earth,
one of those.
and blasts rocks from its stinking face. I barely escaped. My comrades weren't so lucky. I might shed a tear if they weren't all cutthroats and cheaters.
Oh, great. There's a rock breaker. Oh, no.
Vanasha will be here soon with Nasadi and Idaman. I've got to destroy that thing in the pass before they arrive.
You're not too bright, are you? Well, we didn't last long against it, but I'll tell you what I know. It has armor everywhere, a little less at the rear. And when it goes underground, it will lose track of you if you're quiet. You might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its big crooked arms hard enough. That's all I can offer, friend. I promise to look solemn at your funeral before I hit the bar.
Are you serious? So, this guy, we're close to the end of the game. This guy has told me the secret to dealing with the rock breakers after I've already dealt with the rock breakers several times. Now, the reason I want to make a point of this is this game has been well known thus far to only tell you how to deal with things after it's irrelevant. You own this but never got around to trying it? I will warn you ahead of time. This game makes me salty. But it's a good game. It's a really good game. Don't let my saltiness put you off. But, I made this analogy earlier that I somehow hit every pothole in this game, and everyone I know that has played it has not hit a single one of these potholes. So I play this game in such a way that I somehow just make myself angry. I know, I'm a salty pone. I'm an angry Angry little horse. Alright, so I gotta destroy a rock breaker. This is gonna be fun. Let's see. The best way to deal with a rock breaker is... I need my shadow sling. I don't think upgrading my shadow sling does anything. I can upgrade the handling. Make this thing draw a little bit faster. Which I will want. I'll just put all the handling pieces in there. Well, we'll put a blue in there. Oh yeah, near max handling. Okay, good. So I know these things don't like ice. So we'll hit it with the freeze bombs. Can't remember what else it's weak to. Guess we'll figure out when we get down there. It's a great game, just very frustrating, and Salt will flow. Yeah. So I know Mac knows. Has watched me play it. It really is a good game. I've let it get to me in ways that I really shouldn't have. Get me up here. Aside from shooting rocks at me.
It's off.
We did it. Ah, good fight for the day. We're done. If that's the hardest fight I had today, I'll be happy. I played it and beat it, just wrapping up the trophies recently. Did you watch games on Twitch? Kind of want to play them again. Hunting Grounds and Corrupted Zones are the I know I hate the hunt. My
These will
problem with
keep.
the hunting grounds is they tell you one set of rules and then they won't specify it until you're in the middle of the fight. And there's just like zero reason to do that, but that's what they do. I'm glad they're optional. I'll tell you one thing though, I was sorely disappointed when I got all of the like the ancient items, like the relics and whatnot. Because all of the rewards for those were pretty much garbage. I was like, are you serious? I did all that work and you gave me a bunch of trash. And so it kind of almost worries me that's what the hunting grounds is going to be is, you know, I do the labor, get the hunting ground stuff, and the weapons they give me just aren't very good. I went to pick that up and she vaulted it instead. You get to do the same stuff again on the New Horizon game. One thing I like about this game has to offer is it has a new game plus mode. I wish more games would do that. I would love it if Death Stranding did a plus game mode. It's true, but the corrupted zones are good for levels. Shot you up to level 49. It was 45 and 46 when you restarted it. Oh yeah, I've dealt with all the corrupted zones. The only thing I haven't done is the hunting grounds. I tried the hunting grounds. They frustrated me too much. I was like, nah.
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it.
Why are you
I thought that
suddenly
evil
hurt?
rock chewer would grind you up. After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
I'd have taken the very obvious headset
little
off.
Huntress. Glad you accepted my invitation to play bodyguard. Where are your men, Huadiv? It looks like something chewed you up and spat you out.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Can we go?
I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before we're followed.
Nice abs.
Don't be afraid, Your Radiance. We've got excellent protection.
Seriously, if I was leaving undercover, I would not be wearing a big obvious headdress.
Oh dear. Here come the Shadow Carter, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Huadiv, get Itaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully.
Oh good, we're about to have a fight where she is useless and I do everything.
So it comes to this. I must say, after 2 years under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood.
My entire experience with having AI partners in this game is they do absolutely nothing while I do everything.
Some traps would be nice.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. Where's my tripcaster?
Shall we prepare a little surprise for them? Are you sure you don't have any traps, little huntress?
What do you think I'm doing?
Take cover up there, behind that rock.
Probably gonna start a chain reaction.
Here they are. Let's make it hurt, shall we?
Not up there yet. Let's see. Probably best to put that on. Hate corrupted Longblades. So much rage. Had fun being Far Cry 5 on New Game Plus. Infamous difficulty. Oh, Far Cry has a New Game Plus? More games need... I know those apps. They were amazing. Let's see. So yeah, that armor, and then put the shadow sling back on. Shock bombs are actually really good for...
Still sniffing around.
Yow!
For a VOD!
Just let him go.
Well, that was entertaining. I suspect we're not done. More of the bastards. Get ready.
Okay, wait. These are just watchers. I'd rather them not ping my traps if I can help it.
Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Oh, come on.
No shame in using their blinds. Well now, seems I worked up a bit of a sweat.
Was that it? I really thought there would be more.
I don't want to jinx it, but we might be in the clear. A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn, I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think I might be out of my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
Is that a corrupted Thundermaw? Time to earn your keep.
No turning back.
Wait, ropecaster, ropecaster. Get on your belly.
cold.
Over here! Turn! Save you now!
Really?
Ugh!
I'm busy. Oh, I ran into that. Ugh, great.
Ah!
Oh, got the corruption. Oh, this isn't a gun. I thought it was the gun.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Get on your side. Fall over. Broke all the ropes.
Ah! Ah!
Oh, bad time for me to go in that menu.
Ah! I knew straight away.
Really? Ah, done it. How am I in the family? Well, doing all right. Oh, Jesus. Heck of a way to start the day, but we did it. Yeah, Resident Evil Village has a New Game Plus. They've always kind of had that, though, that kind of replay. Okay. We did have a gun. Look, it's right over there.
Can't be too prepared.
We'll save it for later if I can. It'll probably make me drop it, though. New Game Plus will just be a thing already. Stuff we'll add it later, like most games do. Like I said, everyone asks for Death Stranding to have. Like,
Never
I
know
see
when I might
community
need these.
posts like, please add New Game Plus to this. I would love that. Because as much as I would love to play that game again, only not have to trudge through some of parts of it. It was good, but I'd rather not always have to avoid the BTs.
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we?
Oh, we're all going. Well, there's my gun. Bye, gun. It's good to have an open top
You've
boat.
done a good thing. Maybe even ended a war.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
You can turn it off for a little while, Aloy. Holy crap, I'm washing out. Ah! I'm on fire! Oh, good. Ooh, ah, ooh. Wait, isn't this the Shadow Carja town?
Edaman, my brother, welcome home.
Oh no,
You
we're
have
in.
nothing to fear.
We're in Meridian.
You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection. As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word, the law of the sun. Aloy, it seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
God, those abs. Oh, just want to run my face up and
Appalling.
down them.
I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
I did all the work.
You'll be lucky if I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again, I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
There we go.
Won't find better wares.
You watch the video. Cyberpunk 2077 was gonna have multiplayer. They canceled it till the game runs smoother. Yeah, that's what I heard too.
I just gotta tough the storm out.
Which I think that was a good call.
Only the finest goods here.
There was no way they were gonna. There was no way they would successfully release multiplayer in the state it was in without catching like all the worst publicity in the world. Okay, so that job's done. So we'll just fast travel back up here. Because on the one hand, they'd be foolish not to have multiplayer like GTA does. But yeah, doing it in the state it was in. I mean, GTA gets a lot of flack just for their infinitely hackable servers.
What are the Karja without a Sun King? Can we even call ourselves Karja?
The Sun King.
Rockstar sort of gets away with having hackable servers like Bethesda gets away with having buggy games.
First we lose Uzi, and now
Somehow you just learn to accept it with some
is there
companies.
No one left to put our faith in.
Hang on. Is there? No, there's not a bridge over there.
Starving was bad enough, but at least we had our Sun King to guide us.
Yeah, imagine where'd your Sun King go?
One day, our Sun King is here. The next, he's gone. It's like some horrible dream.
It's weird, isn't it? What happened? What are you guys guarding now, anyway?
Eyes down, Outlander.
Okay. Bump. What are you guys guarding? Huh?
We can't even keep our Sun King safe. How do we expect to win a war?
How do you get up there, by the way? Did you guys, like, you know, Mufasa him or something?
Avad wasn't so charitable where his father was concerned.
I see.
At least one of us got to go home. Every time I glance up at the Citadel, I remember them.
Oh, I can see this going wrong. Oh. Aloy. Thought she wasn't gonna grab it there for a second.
The other side of the tower. Look for a vent.
I see you've been here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride.
But I thought you wanted whining. No, I'm not gonna do it. Let's go.
I'm heading down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you'll have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. 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 Malfunction.
Are you kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Sobeck here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Wait.
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
I was like, maybe if there's someone in there you don't want to vent.
I underestimated you. You'd think by now
Ooh, cool, refreshing breeze. Right up their backside.
Guess you can't have everything.
that will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Just tell the voice command to close the door behind me. It's not like not like they're getting in.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
Aloy, stay on the left side of the screen. Always wandering to the right side. Okay, what do we got? Text data points. Lounge staff, admin, another instance. This morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we're tired of being neglected. As we've already requested, we need human translators fluent in Polish, for example, security staff who can subdue enraged embryologists. Embryologists, okay. This is one of the things I was assuming. For example, and dermal sedatives to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and vases at reception staff. For example, yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. Okay, so this is something that I suspected about what Zero Dawn is. Humanity's going extinct. That is something they're already expecting. In fact, it's the only way you're going to shut down the bad robots. Is Earth is going to have to go absolutely extinct. And that's why it's called Zero Dawn, because it's going to start from zero. The Earth is going to be repopulated from nothing. That's what Elizabeth's good bots are for, the ones that will restore the biosphere. And so they're taking on human embryos for later cloning, so then they can repopulate the planet after humans have already gone. So it's feeding into what my theory was. We need support too. Subject, we need support too. Reception staff continued to require additional support managing ZD candidates, Zero Dawn candidates. When they arrive at the facility, many are frightened or confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of persons who are accustomed to having their information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators. The Lang bots are not sufficient, and mild sedatives for the extreme cases. Any and all support will be welcome. Perhaps you'll start responding to these emails. Hang on, I've got like a like a hair getting into my eye. But so yeah, Zero Dawn has candidates. So Zero Dawn isn't a super weapon. Zero Dawn is starting from nothing. Because the bad bots were replicating faster than they could stop, and they were eating everything living, both plant and animal, to stay powered. There was no stopping it, so militaries had to slow them down. To await the collection, and so they had to create some kind of automated system for cloning humans then. Keep my eye out for a power cell.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
Snacks? I was told there'd be snacks. Give snacks. Where's snacks? Give snacks. We want snacks. Restock or else. From lounge staff, restock or else. For the 5th time, please restock the lounge selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of the organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm going to lose it. Please respond. And this time, no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? Kind of like that. So I wonder how Ridgewood gets in here, or a potion, if nobody's been in here. Please, game devs, when you create scenarios where no human is supposed to be, curate your loot tables a little bit so that you don't end up with things where they shouldn't really belong. Soundproofing. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge areas? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting their turn in the lounge. So I'm guessing when they go into the next area, they learn exactly what's going to happen, what's intended, and what they're here for. Maybe the VR is to, you know, get a little bit of seed out of them.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
Yeah, here's where we're going to learn. I'm the snack.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
ZD-01 data intact. Initiating playback.
Here we go.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret super-weapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a super weapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us.
Knew it.
And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating. Waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. 0 Day. The day that life on Earth ceases to exist is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
Oh, I knew it! I called it!
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us.
Nope.
I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it.
Some kind of time-based release after the robots were guaranteed to be turned off and long buried. Some process would start up and start repopulating the Earth, with all the robots coming out of the cauldron to restore the biosphere. In fact, they would come out first. The cauldrons were for the bots to restore the biosphere. They would come out first, and then after that, the rest of life would start to show up. There's some kind of means of Zero Dawn. All the embryos they've been collecting.
Kestrels. They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Will be. Okay, I've got all the big strikes. No, god damn it.
You're not gonna be the one to stop me.
Good. We're too close to let tribal primitives stop us now. The data points, what did they contain?
figure it out shortly. Oh, he dropped it in the wall. Counselor guidelines. For debriefing after presentation 1, candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Pharaoh plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly, but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with the data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus a swarm, Addendum B1, and unfeasibly of maintaining life in orbit, in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures. See Addenda C1, 2, and 3. So that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review the supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that real-time support will be available via your focus. Security and medical crisis teams are data corrupted.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said. Not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, US Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
You don't actually want me to go this way, do you? Guess this was a way for me to sneak around. Any more data in here?
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious.
and it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57? That went nowhere real slow, and you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics.
Well, guess
For
what?
that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
So I guess he was hearing what he wanted to hear. You know, again, he said, "Oh, I know you're building a colony ship," and they really weren't. So I guess what they told him wasn't what he wanted to hear. And we just come right back out of here. Can't believe he dropped the gun in the wall. Oh, there's glass there.
You previously worked for Faro Automated Systems.
On the Chariot Line self-replication routines. I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since...
Would you like to take a moment?
No, I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Want to discuss?
Whew. So Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malky was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty, too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go.
Hang on a second. Sorry. I just got a notification on my phone that one of the hate raid bots had apparently followed me, but I never got the notification, so I think they got deactivated really fast. Plus, there's another one that was sitting in my chat, but it's already deactivated. So, okay. Just want to be sure. I've still got my kill switch in case a hate raid happens. But, you know, can't be too careful.
It is accurate, yes. So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them? Not just people. All organic matter. Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh? That asshole. Is he here? No, Doctor. Please, tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doctor, please! You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
I hope they did bring him in here. Everyone got to shove really large and uncomfortable things up his asshole. I don't think there's anything up here, but... Come on, Aloy. Really she won't actually do it now. Okay. She won't actually climb up there. Okay, was that everything?
ZD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere.
Oh no, Hades.
An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI.
Hades
But that's
got
just the
Gaia.
core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
Yeah, I was still trying to figure out the central AI.
Whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life. For us. But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the archive of knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Hello, Lily Fury. So yeah, that was one thing I kind of left out of my trying to figure out what was going on and kind of trying to figure out where Hades fit into this. I was thinking Hades is some kind of potential central AI. So now that we've learned they created a central AI for Zero Dawn, is potential that somehow the Pharaoh plague got into Gaia, or is trying to work its way into Gaia, and that's why over the past, I guess what they say, decades, the robots started attacking people. Whereas before they were entirely passive, they started attacking them. Somehow the Pharaoh plague got into Gaia, and Hades is trying to work into Gaia itself. Is my further assumption. And of course it has to do with humans, you know, digging up the old Pharaoh bots, reactivating them. And yeah, that idea that something happened to Apollo, it didn't activate. I'm still curious how humans managed to be born. Because, like, obviously you couldn't have a world just full of babies. And even if you clone them to adulthood, they still gotta figure out how to survive. So they need to be receiving some kind of knowledge database.
No room.
Wait, did I just go backward? I did go backwards. Counselor Guidelines number 2. For debriefing after presentation 2, it is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on their part of the counselor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chance of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection, validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and those of loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobet's presentation as many times as they wish and allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which counselors will be available to discuss their decisions. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent and when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against his or her will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which decision data corrupted. Make your selection. You are now in possession of information regarding the true nature of the purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist in making your choice. Participation. You will be assigned a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work minimum of 80 hours per week, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of your choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat live to live out the remainder of your natural lives. Okay, so this seems to be... They are creating some kind of vault, but it's not permanent. So maybe this is how the first humans are reborn. But then again, Elysium... I guess it depends on how the Elysium vault was scheduled to last. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Indefinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the Pharaoh Plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. Medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purposes of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participation or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice, or if you have further questions. Hang on, I need to check something. Here we go. Sorry. I got a stream on in the background so I can get some drops. I was just checking on that. Okay. For anyone that doesn't know, not Horizon Zero Dawn, No Man's Sky is doing sponsored streams, and they're offering drops to certain people if you watch certain people's streams, and I actually want those drops. So I've got someone on in the background who's got drops. They just went live, so I wanted to make sure I was running.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves we weren't cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. A better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. Isn't it just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom? I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be, atonement.
Boy, isn't that the way it is? We have all kinds of science fiction and warnings of like, here's the path we could go down, and humanity is beelining it down that path. But guys, this was a warning, not a blueprint.
If you're still nauseous.
No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this, but the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timo. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock?
You'd grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety.
I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family?
I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized. A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert. If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years.
I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words.
I'm sorry?
Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over.
I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
Okay. Makes sense. Some would choose that.
Is he to make sure I behave this time?
Security. For your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my old man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. This kind of blue skying, it's... Jesus. I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What are you... You don't... Get your hands off me!
Yep, we're at the fun spot. So far, a lot of what I predicted is true. I made a few new predictions based on somehow the Pharaoh Plague is trying to get to Gaia. And that's why the robots, some decade ago, started attacking humans. But Gaia might be trying to hold Hades back. But Hades might be the core of the Pharaoh Plague. And humans, of course, resurrected one of the Pharaoh bots.
Medical wing inaccessible.
Oh, something there. Okay. It's the shackles! The stranded shackles! That's a Death Stranding Easter egg. There's only one more we haven't found. Because we found the necklace. Mysterious item that is valuable only to the most curious merchants. Shackles made from an unknown smooth material. This is for trading. We just need to figure out who trades it for. Yeah, it's a Death Stranding reference. We're still missing the doll. I know the doll is the third piece. Okay, so that was that really all that was in here? Keeping my eye out for a power core. We were thinking about this place for days after.
Intruder! Get her!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
Why isn't my...
To destroy the unfaithful!
Focus can't get through the walls.
Let this impale! What else you got? Gather your strength and fight!
An idea.
Let this strike upon her forsaken.
I'm down. Felt that one. Ow, ow. Only a little blood. That hurt. Gonna make you face it. Only a little blood.
How are you going down?
Feel that tomorrow. Felt that one. That hurt.
Guess I could have gotten closer.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this, and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic, attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
Try me now.
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair, not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
Wow. You know what? I would say this is probably the first, like, sort of sci-fi apocalyptic storyline where they actually go, hey, art is important.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
I had a thought and then I lost it. Well, yeah, like saying, well, extinction's natural. Sure, it is. But this is like obviously human-run extinction.
Power's down.
Is there another route?
I've done this before. Just need my focus.
No, don't want... Don't... I just...
Here we go. Another one of these. Need to find the right configuration.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Okay, so it's backwards. Backwards and upside down. Oh no. One of my power cores. Knew you were gonna do this to me. not seeing anything. Oh. Wait.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Oh, okay. I was worried I was gonna need my power core. Okay, so this one's correct though. Right. It's the other one that's backwards.
Done. I should check the door nearby.
Yeah, that one's backwards. Okay.
Found one. Looks intact.
Again, not sure how Ridgewood gets in there, but you know. Missing anything, am I?
That should do the trick. Now let's get that door open.
Okay, so, but which order am I going in? That's right.
That did it. Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
Bringing this with me.
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
Of course the gun got left.
One of us.
I'm taking total guesses on my kill shots here.
That's the last of them.
H-lock structural failure. Repeat.
Or not.
You can't.
I can.
Room's clear. For a moment, anyway.
Then get moving. You have to find Gaia.
And now I can open the door. He just ran right to his buddy. I know.
Hello.
I imagine that was scripted, though. He was absolutely meant to do that. For fuck's sake.
Alert. Area inaccessible. Elevators non-operational. Stairwells have collapsed.
I really love the aesthetic of these places. It's got a focus symbol on it.
Alert. Structural failure prevents access.
Simulation results. To Elizabeth Sobek. Simulation results. Wow, you weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they almost feel like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind. As though she's already mourning their loss. And not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from the fossil record too. References to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes. I thought it was intentional that they would build like that, but I guess the AI had some function in it. Looks like it would make sense if you were making, well...
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So like, you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical at places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, the Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
Hadn't originally occurred to me that the robots being made weren't purposeful. I figured that was Elizabeth's design. But I guess if you were going to make, biosphere building robots, they wouldn't necessarily have to look like that. But I figured that was her design, but I guess that is Gaia's design. Interesting. Full steam ahead. Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry Core and the Foundry site selection plan, add up to a comprehensive plan. It is time. So it's talking about the cauldrons. It's time to start construction. So this was my my prediction on the cauldron seems to be about right. One detail: consult with Aomide Okilo before you finalize the silo inventories. Hephaestus's first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation codes, so any exotic materials needed for the towers should be accounted for in the inventory plan. Okay, so that's what the tall necks are for. They were designed after they eventually cracked the code on the Pharaoh Plague and managed to deactivate them. That's what the tall necks were for. Fascinating. I need to check something real fast. Oh, nope, not what I wanted. Just making sure I'm got this stream going on in the background so I can get the drops. There we go. Okay.
I've seen these shapes before. In cauldrons.
But of course. course. The birthing places of Gaia's machines.
I'm hoping if
I'll
there's a
take
power
this.
core in here, I don't just waltz past it.
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Keep looking.
More eclipse.
Careful now.
Hello.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
But something happened to Apollo. Encapsulated DNA. And the winner is encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days... Oh, there one of my drops. There we go. All right. Over the past 10 days, I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even that eternity tech, as Foss was shilling a year or so ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. Too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300 and 400 years, etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There are still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as designing and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA in negative 18 degrees C for 1,000+ years. So long as I assure that I assure you that it didn't factor into my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed perpetuous, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction? It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life as the hero, beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time, peace be with you. Yeah, something happened with Apollo. It didn't go off, or it's been held back. Because humans don't know anything of their past. Primitive. Apollo updates. Over the past 2 months, our first benefits the full benefits of our procurement of a copy of the Homer archive from Var Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are scheduled. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of the Papua New Guinea doomed that goal from the onset. With attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of the heuristic curricula, they are performing well in testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high levels of engagement and the trust in the Aristotle and Appasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. Peace be with you. Oh God, this is how we got the debate the debate me crew. You brought them along to the future. In fact, they're probably the only ones that survived. My what? I mean, I've got this gun. My temptation to go loud is extremely high. Although... And there's the bait. Excuse me.
Can't afford any more losses. Fight! You come!
Pulls a little bit to the side.
That's the last of them. Along once more.
In what should have been a cave of wonders, look around. See if anything is left.
Cave of Wonders. So wait, you do know old references. Are we gonna find out that this guy is actually maybe Apollo or something? Like that he's not actually real, he's an AI, and he's just trying to reconnect with his old knowledge. That could be interesting. I'm gonna put that one on the table. I'm gonna put that one on the table. The Silas guy, he's not real. He's an AI. He's maybe even Apollo, but he was somehow severed. His connection to his data was somehow severed. Then again, he actually did give us his past information, right? Yeah. Tentatively on the table. No, hollow videos of them ranting in their cars. The Debate Me guys. Yeah, I might take that one on. Well, I'm going to put it on the edge of the table. He did give his past. He said who he was, who he worked with. He had worked with the Shadow Carja for a while. He didn't say physically, though, did he? A lot of servers. Put this down for a minute. Oh, yeah, just crawl right in there.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory. My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
Well, apparently unguided humans are very prone to fighting one another. Saw something for a second.
Welcome to Hades. Zero Dawn's Extinction Failsafe Protocol. The ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere you're growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos, a spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocating. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
Kind of reworking my theories here. Okay, so Hades somehow ends up being corrupted. Or Hades doesn't agree with Gaia. Hades is separated. Something happens. Maybe the Pharaoh plague got into Hades. And so Hades is on its own and just wants to wipe everything. It sees something incorrect. Maybe old DNA. I don't know. Noise complaints. Yeah, Hades is the bit of a wild card I can't quite pin down yet. Noise complaints. Color me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying. And you know it. Old Trav don't have no truck with commercialized razzle daz. Nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of Citrum runoff than listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God and swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades lab. Shake the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classic music, 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese gore grind, some Swedish cannibal themed stuff too. Stop by if you want to listen. Or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Oh, did I get it? Lame. Got me another drop. There we go. Feel free, let's see. if you want to listen. Or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no bash core you'll see, or hear rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel in the throbbing pulse of the floor and walls and ceiling swallowing you up like it was Jonah trapped in the gullet of the gothic deathfish. Hallelujah! As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal? Might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malt, and industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we were supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Stay cool, Trav. The thing of it is, there's so many ways Hades could go wrong. That's what makes Hades so scary, is like the numerous ways Hades could go wrong and has gone wrong, but probably not in many of the ways we would suspect. Hades Protocol. Tate here. Just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out the Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. If it ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, every Serpent protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, sometimes her arms too, so that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business. So I had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretended to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky. I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even if it's just simulated plant life. Turns out, the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving the integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming on strong now, so I'm not really describing as clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are pretty strong. Guess it's time to sleep and bed. I'll back to it tomorrow, alligators. Okay, so the way to get Hades to work was obviously to kind of isolate Gaia. So something happened. Hades wakes up. Maybe early humans woke up Hades. Hades sees something wrong and isolates Gaia. But Gaia's still fighting back. Gaia might not be fully isolated. And so that's what's kind of happening. But it's somehow related to... Somehow it's related to the Pharaoh swarm. The Pharaoh... the Pharaoh virus, as it is. Text point, quests. Subject, archive abuse. Mr. Tate, this mail conserves Apollo archive submission 0000238876. Your 666th submission in just 5 days, and oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings, reply to inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me then to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just one, but all 16 installments of Making a Millipede. Don't worry, the Bassolini materials or already been preserved. Extreme, perhaps. Is this the centipede? Is this talking about the human centipede? For clarifying a concept. 2. For clarifying a concept that has so long been ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself. The definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous utterance, "I know it when I see it." Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo's staff to summarily reject all of your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest the time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, I don't know, your assigned work. We have a world to save after all, or the rest of us do anyway. Dr. Samantha Ibaji. All right. So he was trying to preserve, he was trying to preserve some of the more hardcore stuff. You know, stuff like the human centipede, or stuff like that. Things related to that, you know. Things you would find on Something Rotten in the early 90s. Something Rotten still exists. I don't know what's on it anymore.
Looks like the only way onwards.
If you've never seen Something Rotten, don't look up the early 90s stuff on it. It's early internet days.
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances, but as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
Okay, that seems to cover, like, my wonder on how they were dealing with clone babies. So they had facilities that kind of were to feed them information and help them survive. FZ Chambers. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over the technical documentation. They're a revelation, astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Far Zenith in trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risk of ECMO resolved. Nutrition delivery resolved. Hormonal stability resolved. 12 other risk areas resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand. But if the rest of FC's technology is at this level, well, human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. Mass fabrication of chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours, then get back to it. Expect fabrication plan within 48 hours. PBK.
Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
Aloy, this is where you came from. Creator Servitor Personae. Development of artificial personae for cradle servitors. Nurture disciplinarian healer continues at a good pace. We're targeting Turing 0.4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated. Especially concerning are the entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and healer personae. I have also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behavior. A parental argument, if you will. Amusing on first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings. So yeah, when they create these new humans from essentially nothing, they have to kind of implant a lot of, I suppose, personality traits that normally develop through evolutionary means. So, you know, humans evolved. So, you know, we develop our traits and all that over a period of evolution. But if you're just going to clone humans from nothing, sure, there might be a little bit of instinct in the DNA, but a lot of personality and all that are going to be pretty much entirely lost because humanity isn't coming from anything. So that is something that gets lost from lacking, you know, thousands upon thousands of years of nurture and evolution. Glad they covered that. And the strange things like Ridgewood, again, being in here. Cradle sealed. Eleuthia 01 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing, I can't pronounce that, province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good. For our main voyage, a success. Regarding my disputes with the betas over zygote selection, of course, I understand we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans. But we can all agree there is a margin for refinement in future cradle populations. Donk. In addition to personally overseeing completion of the Eleuthia 2 site in Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan within the week. Still not sure why. Also, I'm still not sure why Hades wants Elizabeth dead. So I guess this is where humans were being produced, but these are absolutely... I mean, these are probably just simulation, but they're absolute fossils at this point.
This'll do. Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted Alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
We didn't try voice command last time. It worked on this vault. Well, bye gun. I'm glad I carried it all this way for nothing. It's a good thing someone came in here and painted these yellow. Honestly, the yellow thing is kind of funny, but it's one of those things I think you just... this is a case where you are meant to suspend your disbelief, you know? Because in this case, it's for game language and not, you know, realism. And that's one of the things I think we've lost over, especially with the whole critic surge that happened over the past 15 or 20 years, has made us not suspend our disbelief when it comes to various media. We always go, oh, that's a plot hole. And it's like, no, it's just fucking suspend your disbelief for a little while. Yeah, who painted these plot hole? Ding. Yeah, exactly. Humans evolved.
We don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I was this way too. You know, when like the internet movie critics were out, you know, you felt smart if you were finding this stuff. You know, it's like, oh, the plot holes. Oh, I'm so intelligent. And I fell into that category for a while too. And then I just realized I was not having fun anymore. You know, every movie I had consumed my entire life was full of this kind of stuff. And I enjoyed it because I would suspend my disbelief for all this weirdness. And, you know, I was like, oh, just let go of it, you know. The whole CinemaSins thing, watch it with a heaping helping of salt that you would get from watching me play this game. You know. I don't think there's many of us who weren't. Yeah, and see, it's one of those things that it's... people still get it. I mean, look at, what's his name? Doug, what's his fuck? Who actually used to be kind of entertaining, and then he just became so unentertaining because he started believing his lies, you know, he started believing the persona he was creating. Yeah, that's it. He started believing his own hype, and he started becoming the character that he had created. And it spawned that in so many people. And it's like, you know, again, if you spot that little mistake in a movie, you must be hyper intelligent, you know. It's the whole Rick and Morty meme of, you know, well, it's got sophisticated humor. I love Rick and Morty. I hate its fan base. And speaking as somebody who I will still call myself a brony, I don't like associating with the Rick and Morty fan base, but I love Rick and Morty. But yeah, that whole kind of people believing they're smarter than they are. But anyway, that turned into a whole little rant. I'm sorry. Something that I guess has been brewing in me, right? But yeah, when I make like little side comments like that, you know, about, oh, who painted this, who put this there, and it's me making little, you know, little off comments for humor, but I don't actually mean it as a slight against the content. You never do that. I started finding enjoyment in a lot of media once I stopped doing that. You know, once I stopped trying to, you know, pick apart everything, you know. It takes some unlearning. It's hard to unlearn. And some of my favorite movies are full of weird little things that people would pick apart. Ghostbusters 2016 is an excellent movie, and you can fight me to the death on that one.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth,
hello?
May I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
It absolutely is. Yeah, we're gonna take advice from a man who killed the world. Yeah, and he is like, you know, she's saying, you know, the AI needs to feel. His AIs didn't feel. That was the whole problem. That's why they eradicated everything, because they had no system of protocol of don't eradicate all life. There was no analysis of, is the biosphere degrading? Hers was, you know, let's make it feel. Let's give it some emotion. Granted, emotion isn't always stable, but it creates a non-sociopathic AI that just wants to do its job regardless of anything else.
Looks like it used to hold something.
Nuts would benefit from antilopinate morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
She wanted to create dinosaurs. Gaia, that is, wanted to create dinos. Da 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 da. Hopefully she watched the hollows of Jurassic
You
Park.
will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Then you have nothing to lose.
Extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
She was gonna say all things are pizza. And you, all things are pizza. What was that? think one of my rats just farted. One of our rats is on extreme antibiotics. His respiratory infection has come back, and he's been on antibiotics twice before. So of course, you know, you don't want to use them too much or the infection becomes resistant. So he's on like ultra heavy antibiotics at this point. And it makes his poo smell absolutely terrible. And he's sleeping in a hammock right now, but I just caught a whiff of like absolute wretchedness. Poor fella, it's flushing his entire system. Oh, yeah, I think he just tooted. Odyssey has failed. Phew, goodness me. Okay, he's fine. Whew. Okay. Some terrible news, I'm afraid. Bar Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicates a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo, all were lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of the human species and earthly life. We must succeed. So, okay. So they actually were going to send... I guess they were going to have a backup. So they were going to send a starship off to Sirius to eventually maybe try to repopulate life in the future. In case Zero Dawn failed. So I guess their redundancy backup failed in the end. So Zero Dawn was the only... oh man, you know that would have been so cool though. If it hadn't failed, imagine a sequel where you could actually like have this game on a different star system. Maybe that's Mass Effect Andromeda. Artemis status. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about it. If those words can still mean anything. Had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their samples. So many species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas, suspended in what-ifs. More than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. Wow. We started mapping out primary successions, selecting the pioneer organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere, microorganisms and insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves. Thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so they can return to a world that, this time, will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. There's already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Liz, the circle of life will bend, not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now. Not like this. Not on our watch. Ronson. So yeah, I guess maybe that... So my assumption on there being no bigger fauna is, one, some were just lost. But maybe Gaia hadn't released them yet. It determined human... It's giving me thoughts on Hades. My thinking that somehow Hades getting connection with a Pharaoh bot made Hades do the old thing of humanity is wrong for the biosphere. So it's pulling the whole humanity is its worst case. If you revive humanity, it's going to do it again. So Hades wants a biosphere that exists without humanity, because humanity is what's going to cause the ultimate failure. Okay, that's my take on Hades. is that Hades is going to find humanity to be the ultimate failure of a new biosphere. So Hades wants to wipe it all out. And getting rid of Elizabeth is the key, or Elizabeth's DNA. What is that? Oh, the Deathbringer that I lost.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Hi, Mr. Big Head.
Alive. Good. I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
Ow.
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind.
Reach lower, Aloy. Through the lower
As sure
bars.
as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. It grew when High Priest Bahavas went missing. And when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away. It not only grew, but multiplied. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
Welcome to the inevitable. We took all your shit away for a bit. All games clearly need.
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
His name was Rost, and he was a better man than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. so that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Man, really setting loose that copium there, huh? Drinking deep, huh?
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces. It'd be laughable if there weren't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow.
Bullet necklace.
All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Have you been drinking your own chamber pot water? Anyway. If it all goes awry, I'll go, haha, can't take a joke. He inflates his necklace to deter predators.
The Nora cast me out at birth. You're not hurting me if you hurt them.
Really? Then it makes no difference one way or another. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
Missed away time for doing lawn mowing. Oh, dokie.
Karja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold! Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the behemoth in the eye of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
I'll never beat that thing without weapons. My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this ring. Maybe I could use its strength against it. That pillar's weak. Another hit, and that pillar will come down.
Already did. Why can't I move? Oh, good. We're already wedging me in a corner.
I should try luring the behemoth into the pillars. It's down.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back?
Hang on. I'm wearing the wrong outfit, though. What is the behemoth weak against?
Now you're just a big dumb target. Come and get it!
That canister on its belly. Looks important. Those components on the sides of its head. They've got something to do with its lift attacks. Maybe those carcasses have parts I can use.
Oh, I don't want my focus, that's right.
Freeze canister on its hips. Cryo arrows should set it off.
Down with you. You're done.
Silence!
Someone better than you.
Shadows, kill her.
Ah, no sport.
Kill her!
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself! Ugh.
Hey, it's him. He is real. Well, I did put that one on the very edge of the table. Eat shit.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's sacred mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time, then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I've duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Yes?
Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique.
I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse, not that you knew the man who killed who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right. How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy?
I'd say a good guess.
It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did. Now be on your way.
I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Karja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel. For your sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who.
Wow.
Yeah!
Okay. So Shadow Stalwart Lights. That's very cheap. Extra armor will make for a good disguise. Steals its wear against blinding effects. Highly customizable. Yeah, it looks like it. It's got 1 slot in it. Don't see myself needing to go back in, though. It has 0 effects. Guess I'm gonna get a lot of blinding though, but okay. Got another set of skill points, so we can either repair a mount, or we can do more dabblage. We'll do more dabblage. Did I just get another skill point? No. Okay, so it didn't look like I could have missed it, but it doesn't look like there's a power core here. But given there's still this place, so I imagine with that armor you look like Batgirl. True. How you doing, Dark Omen? So we're gonna go all the way back here. Fast travel is not allowed for this location. Let me guess. I can't go anywhere. Let's see how close can I get. Okay, I can get there. Okay. It's raining very hard outside. Finally get that rain we've been promised the past couple days. Getting ready to go to Orlando. You might try streaming your trip home later in the afternoon. Is it a fun trip or is it like business or
That smell.
other reasons?
Trees on fire. The embrace. Watchtower's burning, but the Sentinels had time to warn the tribe.
Man, you couldn't even give me like any time to get in, huh? Stop moving around. My cow's gonna die. God, this thing won't stop moving. I can't hit it. Stop moving.
That one held.
You don't stay down for long, do you? Wrong arrow. Oh, really? Good old Buick hitbox. My favorite. Moving.
Thenora made a stand here. Anything to protect the embrace. But the gates couldn't hold. This is Hades' future. Metal and ash.
Kill my cow. Oh. Frail 3 is after a few weeks it should become
She
less.
wasn't one to give up ground. Well, she
That's good.
got
Hopefully,
some life cheaply.
I'm rooting for you, Dark Woman, for whatever it may be. Should be able to, oh no wait, I didn't take the skill. So I should be able to fix the cow now, but I can't actually. No, I want to save. There we go. Let's do, I haven't done a freaking solid save since we started, actually, I don't think. Alright, cow. Good luck. Death thingy.
This cradle. Raised to the ground.
We'll go by sea.
Wet. But I tan this leather well. It'll keep.
You bought this outfit, Aloy. Who needs manual saves when you have checkpoints? Still disagree with the contested checkpoints. Or contested save points I always have to deal with. Let's go this way. Guess if I'm dealing with corrupted things, I should probably be wearing this.
Save these for the trail.
Although if I wear that other outfit, will it actually prevent them from bothering with me?
Another battle. Another defeat. The eclipse smashed through.
Wonder. Don't actually need to go through if I can get around.
eclipse. It's a corrupted Thunderjaw, all right. The survivors must be holed up in the mountain. If the tunnel collapses, they'll be buried. And I'll never reach the hatch.
That's right! Bring down the mountain! You dug your own graves, Nora! You'll be buried in there!
Just what I need.
Now this thing
How
is
this
dangerous.
machine rages! When their nest cracks...
Braves, to Aloy's side, now!
For Aloy!
For the
For All
goddess!
Mother!
For cheeseburgers!
Varl and Sona, they're still alive.
Wait. Yeah, so that outfit was not that great.
Destroy it! Bring down the demon!
May the goddess remember! Move! Out of the line of fire!
Strike it down!
I lost her! Back to the tainted earth, demon!
I thought I was just gonna stop at taint. Back to the taint with you.
The corruption will not take hold!
Bye. I can still craft while I'm being flung through the air.
Faithless and forsaken! You'll die!
Down.
Bring down the demon!
Well, no, it didn't pop.
Destroy it!
Oh, I'm in a bad place. Your other gun's still up.
May the goddess remember!
Ah!
Track it down!
Faithless and forsaken! You'll die! Found him! Got eyes on him!
Finish them!
Well, you're in a bad space now, buddy.
We did it! Aloy did it! We only helped. I thought we would die.
Forget about traveling light.
I know about the salvage skill. Okay. And get rid of all the greens because they're useless. Oops. Put this down for a moment.
Stocking up.
Seeker.
Seeker, I hardly knew her. Thought this was a campfire.
Aloy, your deeds reenact the old stories. Another metal devil struck down upon the slopes. If you hadn't returned, the tribe would have been lost. You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Wait, I didn't put this one back
Since
on.
the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
Don't forget pizza, hot dogs, and Taco Bell.
How many
Now I'm
survived the
hungry.
attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. But braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that. Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the Embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo, ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decisions saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
I need to go inside the mountain.
And the matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure, but I didn't come here for them.
Then, what for?
You will see.
You'll see. This wasn't the outfit I put on, was it? I thought I put that one on. Well, may have changed it on me. It's okay. I'm bringing this with me in case the Matriarchs want to give me some sass.
It's her.
Okay, Muttley.
Aloy! Oh, you've returned.
Teb?
Tebby, Tebman, Tebster.
Aloy, you've come back. The Seeker has returned. Come, speak to us.
Foolish woman, you welcome a curse.
Come, Seeker, we have much to discuss.
Her very presence here is a blasphemy.
Oh, Mother.
I can do it right now.
I beg you.
Think what you will, the game makes the choices. It's true.
It's the Seeker.
So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All-Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this. Because of her, our tribe teeters upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
Lansra, it's over. It's time to step aside. I'm not gonna hurt you. If there's anything I've learned since the Proving, it's that there are bigger evils in this world than you. Finally.
Hold for identiscan. Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed.
She crop dusted him on the way in.
Cradle 9. Brood 1.
Brood 1.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
Actually, now that we're in here, kind of like the other outfit she was wearing. There it is. The last one. figure. This mysterious item is valuable to only one curious merchants. Okay. A battered idol of an infant smelling faintly of decay. We found all 3 pieces of the Death Stranding Easter eggs.
So this is Eleuthia. This is where I was born.
Where you were made.
Something had to set me outside.
So these are artificial wombs.
The mothers of a new generation hundreds of years ago.
And me. So this was it.
Where you were born.
But why?
Okay, we need to read that. Text log. Dun, 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 dun. Complete. Standing by. Okay. Station log. Spawning phase. Task complete. Correction. Partial reactivation. Standing by. Alert. Viable zygote and stored 0. Heck? Is this tribal or is this kids? Body.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother!
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and pictures.
You will, in time, children.
In time, in time, in time, in time, in time, in time.
She's an android. So that's how they did it. That's how they raised people. That's how they raised the babies. They had androids. I don't know why I didn't think androids wouldn't exist, but we'd seen like no indication of the existence of androids at any given point. Well, that answers that question then. I was curious how they were raising babies. You couldn't just toss them out in the world and expect them to survive.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
Nursery phase, tasking complete. Stores deplete. Nutrient stores depleted. Okay, so something happened. The first humans out of the vault didn't have Apollo. Or they got out early or something. Something happened. Holy shit, look at that playroom. I want to go in there. She has to teach kids as well without the database. Yeah, 'cause she didn't for some reason, Apollo never happened. Apollo either didn't get off the ground, it malfunctioned. So the first new humans didn't get the knowledge of the past. That's not something you want to see. Pharaoh was working with him, so... In the end... Another android. Okay. Lesson.
Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass. Flowers can be any color. Take a look. These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come.
Not the bees. Okay, so this is part of the lessons they were being taught.
So this is where they lived? It's a mess. Everything's broken or painted on. How long did they live here?
Kindergarten. Multiple system failures, nutrient stores depleted. Don't know exactly when that failure happened, but it's definitely... Remember they said in the case, the guy who made these machines deleted the database with all the knowledge because he wanted to stop all this happening again. Well, I don't think I learned that yet.
Children, let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Yeah, I don't think I've learned about why there's no data. Just that all I've heard thus far in the story is that some reason Apollo didn't happen.
I have no choice but to release you. But why? There is no food here anymore.
But there's food out there?
We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go. I don't know. Mother, can we come back if we're cold?
I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now and take care of each other.
What will happen to you?
I will stay here and sleep and remember all of you.
What will happen to us?
You will be brave and you will learn.
Almost sure I learned it back in the mountain. I don't know. Maybe? It's entirely possible. Maybe it was something I heard and I've forgotten. I have terrible memory, so it could have happened. I mean, it's okay. I don't really care if that's a spoiler or not. So, okay. Everyone had to be kicked out early because the food ran out. And since their education was incomplete, they ultimately went tribal. So my original thought that, you know, this was one of, I guess, the birthing places of humanity, at least in this region. So the Nora are potentially, again, the oldest tribe. So yeah, all right.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted.
Except yours. Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
Oh yeah, the disciplinarian and the healer.
Their whole lives.
In plain view of luxurious space.
What went wrong? Why couldn't they access the other areas?
Unknown. But you won't have that problem.
I got another drop. Cool. I've got a stream going on in the background to get No Man's Sky drops.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
It wouldn't open for them. Of course they hated it.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
Okay, so they couldn't get in this door. They couldn't get into the education center. So something went wrong and the education center was locked.
What was this place exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
But why not?
Welcome, students. Please pick up a focus device and place it on the side of your head, just behind your eye.
I had to dredge the pits of the world looking for focuses to repair. And here sat a trove, enriching no one.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day, your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn, so much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline?
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl? Continue your search.
I will.
Yeah, it might be important why I was born. Was there something else that popped in terms of quests? No, okay.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day, your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn, so much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Oh, man. Yeah, imagine what could have been had they had access to this. This is all going to be the same.
My name is Samina. Today is a big day, your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn, so much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Which way you want me to go up? Well, I'm gonna go down. You gonna learn again?
Hello, child.
Hello, child.
My name is Samina.
Hi, Samina.
Today is a big day, your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. Hello, child.
Cuts the other
My
off.
name is Samina. Today is a big day. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day, your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn, so much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Oh, it went the wrong way. I gotta go back around again.
Controller access to Dr. Sobek. Please scan message with focus.
That sounds important.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature.
What?
Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them, in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. What if... Oh. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
Holy shit.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine. Born in destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the bitter climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
Let me guess, that's the place I went to, but I couldn't get inside of. Inhabitants released, cross-check complete, sealed, data archived, operations suspended. Prime offline.
Identiscan malfunction rectified. Eleuthia 9. Brood 1 access unsealed.
There you go.
This is going to be interesting.
Still no other power core yet. Hey, my gun's still here.
Aloy, forgive. Forgive! The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was born to lift a curse, to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora! All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
Up!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
First you shunned me, now this? I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes of people just as good as you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
How can we help?
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
As Aloy says, so it shall be. Nora! Make way for Aloy! That she may forge the path for others to follow.
All Mother Mountain open to her. She's the daughter of the goddess.
Can I have this again?
Aloy, how kind of you to spend a moment with me before you
I was
depart.
trying to pick up the gun, actually.
There can be
This
no
is awkward.
doubt now. You are a blessing made flesh, the will of the goddess incarnate.
It's really not that simple, Tirsa. But I guess it's close enough.
I know the path ahead will be dangerous. To kill a metal devil sounds impossible, but I believe in you.
Thank you. The Nora have suffered terrible losses, Tirsa. What's to become of them now?
That will be for the goddess to decide. Only she knows the future. For the moment, my sister matriarchs and I will see to the wounded. And as I promised, anyone who wishes to join you at Meridian, we will declare seekers. I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That might be best. If nothing else, it's a defensible position. Tirsa, I want to know Rost's story. Why he was made an outcast. He never told me, said he took an oath of silence. What did he do?
Oh. Yes, that.
What crime did he commit?
Forgot about that.
I will tell you if you wish. But it is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now?
Of course I want to hear it. Tell me.
Rost never committed any crime. He was an outcast by choice.
What? What do you mean?
Many years ago, before the derangement, before the Red Raids, a band of murderous outlanders, 12 in number, struck without warning. At Mother's Vigil, they took hostages, and then pressed on, headed for Devil's Thirst.
Mother's Vigil? Where's that?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. But at the time, many families lived there. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders? Or rescue the hostages?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within bowshot, the Outlanders killed a hostage.
What did they come here to do?
That was never discovered. We couldn't track closely enough to observe them. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days. There were reports of strange noises. And then, as suddenly as they came, the Outlanders made their way back to the border and disappeared.
What happened to Rost's daughter? She was killed?
Rost was one of the Braves who tracked the Outlanders, keeping his distance. There were 6 hostages still alive when they reached the border. Alana among them. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border, mocking us.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
Are you saying that Rost went after them? That he became an exile?
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a Death Seeker.
A Death Seeker? What is that?
One who dies to go seeking, and in seeking, brings death to others. The ritual drags the spirit from one's body, releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here with All Mother. He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile, but a weapon of vengeance. A barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
most arrows don't return.
But Rost did return.
Yes. A full year later. And terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the sacred land. A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious. In agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo, and reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very outlanders that Rost pursued.
So Rost never finished his mission.
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaru Land, further even, into the Forbidden West. The last he killed nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the sacred land as he could. He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him. Leaving us, the matriarchs, in a difficult position.
Why couldn't you just welcome him back?
Rost had been made a Death Seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we couldn't bring ourselves to do that, so we offered a compromise.
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed. He never expected to live another day in the sacred land, let alone the embrace, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
But then you found me, and gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you, and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All-Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
He certainly tried anyway. You
Hey,
took a
Brony
man
Gamer.
who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl. Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, he saw you as a gift, and never a burden.
All right, Tirza, that's quite a story. It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
As am I. No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh, thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay, I guess it can't hurt.
They slaughtered our tribespeople and thought us broken.
Yeah, but actually...
But now we will show them that we endure.
I just want that...
She
You're
is
not gonna let me
already
have it,
vessel
are you?
made flesh. She will destroy the corruption that still spreads through the world.
Curse you!
Bless you, Aloy.
I didn't sneeze.
Have faith in the goddess. The anointed will wash all signs of corruption away.
So much corruption still spreads beyond the sacred land. Goddess, protect your anointed so she can cleanse us.
Hey, Death Stranger. I'm doing good. How's everyone else doing? Well, they cleaned up out here pretty fast. Wow, these guys can strip a Thunderjaw in like seconds. It's impressive. All right. Yep, they want me to go back here. I've actually been here. We got all the way up here and realized I couldn't proceed further, so... why isn't the quest... It's not giving me a path to go there, but... let's see, it's 5:30. Haven't got the best armor yet? No, I'm still missing one core. And I don't know if I've missed it or if I just don't have access to it yet. We'll never know. It's impossible to know. Alright. What is it? We're gonna pop here. It's probably gonna be contested when we get here. Persons they looked at a guide just for the requirements as each core. That's the only help. Yeah,
The way to the mountain
I
will
don't
be
know.
hard. Ferocious machines prowl every step of the climb.
More corrupted?
Not corrupted, but they will not tolerate humans.
So what else is new?
Yeah, like I don't know where the last one is. And I mean, it's in these, I know it's in those old ruins, but I mean, this is also an old ruin. So it almost makes me wonder if this is, you know, maybe where the last power core is. I don't know. It sucks it sucks there's not a campfire up here because we've been up here before.
The snow's...
I'm gonna have to walk all the way back up. Alright. I know we're gonna end up
Got a bite out here.
going against that Stormhawk, so... Did I get the cave ones? Which cave ones? What, the one back at Allmother? I got the first one like a long time ago. Was there another one there? If I've actually missed it... Okay, you guys, I will allow you to tell me this. Is there one in here? Is there one in the place I'm going, or have I just missed one somehow? Don't remember much as it's been years since you played. Go look at a guide. The only thing I didn't manage to kill up here was the storm bird, but that was because it did that thing where it flew completely out of range
Them soon enough.
and then just decided to stay there forever. Sounds like it's still up there though. I'm hearing something up there. Kind of glad I've already done this fight already. How do I? It's actually where. Oh, I see. Still here. Honestly, I'm gonna see if I can't sneak past it. Nope, I've been spotted.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, you don't shoot ice, you shoot lightning. No. Probably get better lightning bits in here. There we go. Yep, everything's still going fantastic. Oh, I hate when they do this, where they hover above me out of shot range. Ah! Cheater. What am I doing? You're gonna stay on the ground. I'm gonna
bring you
keep
down. I won't hold. Stay still!
Wrong button. Yeah, fly low to the ground. getting low on wire.
No good. The biggest guard you've got, Gaia.
Got him. Ah. Ooh. Imagine we could fly on him. You miss playing this energetic combat. I should still go play. Still gotta play New Game Plus. Ah. Eat that shit, bird brain. Did I check out any of the games featured in the PlayStation Showcase? No, I didn't watch it. I heard that the new Alan, well, not the new, but the remaster of Alan Wake, I think they said comes out in October. I think it actually has a release date. Yeah, I didn't hear about much else. Like there was the Guardians of the Galaxy game, I think. I was knowing what was going on by people's tweets, basically. All I really care about is Alan Wake.
Gaia's sacrifice. It did this.
Plus, I don't have a PS5 or 4.
Of the mountain like it was an egg.
Yes, yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
Useful.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
So this is what happened. So that's what happened here. Gaia actually successfully went boom. See, when they showed Alan Wake, you just thought really wanted to fill in runtime, as it was going to be more just PlayStation after all. Is it only going to be on PlayStation? Tell me
You
that.
made a climbing path for me, but left an army of machines for me to deal with?
Since when were machines any obstacle for you? If you could fly, I wouldn't have bothered with the climbing path either.
Look, you've heard me over the focus with my immense amount of salt. But yeah, I'm hoping it's not going to only be PlayStation. Oh, it's going to be on more than. Oh, yeah, sorry, I misread that. It's going to be on more than just PlayStation. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm interested. I was thinking actually, I thought about last year, but I was like, maybe I ought to replay Alan Wake this year. There's only one scene in it where I would have to mute it because of the music license, which makes me wonder if they've either renewed the license to it or if they're changing the music in it. Because that was one of the reasons it got taken off of Steam, was their old music license ran out. And if you played that song on YouTube or Twitch, you got a copyright hit for it. So yeah, I'd be very excited to play a remake or a remaster. It's never on PlayStation, which remakes surprise you. Still haven't touched the franchise, as you got the digital copies when Quantum Break came out. I got Alan Wake a long time ago. Now, American Nightmare, I guess it's canonical. I don't know if I consider it canonical. I won't say anything about it story-wise, but
Don't look down. Don't look down.
It's not one I would consider really as part of the Alan Wake franchise, which then just makes it not really a franchise. It's then one game, but...
This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years. There'll be enough time later for you to ransack this place.
Nope, doing it now.
For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
I never was going to assume it was mine. There was a tweet I saw saying streamers beware because DMCA listed all songs in the remake. Oh, really? So they're keeping the original music in it? Just heard the story's pointless and the main character going searching for their partner, even though... Just argue supposedly with her anyway. So, okay, so... Streaming the remake is gonna be dangerous. Damn. That sucks. Well, maybe they'll have it. Maybe they'll have a streamer mode in it. Some games do that. They'll have a streamer mode where it'll actually remove any licensed music that you have to worry about. I don't know. We'll see.
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain. Gaia's death. Your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim.
Oh, yeah.
Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in Meridian as they tried to read this omen. The crater burned for weeks, but when it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here. Except me.
So much lore coming my way.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur. Rebuilding the terraforming system now might allow Hades to use it as a weapon. Because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
But do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the Cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. By the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years. And we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
Alright, Brony Gamer, have a good one. I'm gonna put the other outfit on her. Whee.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed.
Cool, you want me to go that way? I'm going this way.
Logging arrivals. Shen Margot.
Welcome to Frozen Hell. Population 10.
11 counting Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embryos before they're incubated, hon. She's still firing up. Be a while before you eat that omelet.
I'm vegan, Travis. You think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice?
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media? Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And in here, we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? Work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you will. You're what, 30? Reckon you'll be the one turning the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
Mind your footing.
This whole place is off kilter. Just make sure I don't miss anything. Well, it's roomy in here. You, how do I get you?
Guess that's my way across.
You want me to go that way? Power cell.
This should be the last power cell I need to get to that ancient armor I found.
Kick ass. She'll have the infinite rope. I like this. She can do it without getting severe rope burn. Oh. Where's that rope coming from? Oh, it's up there. Yeah, I want to go get it now, but there's no fast travel points back here.
Don't think, Aloy. Just do it.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh. I could have taken that way.
Glad that's over.
Ah! Jesus. Totally not going to get any hypothermia from being in a giant freezing environment.
This must have been where they lived.
She was raised in this.
What's left of it. Once this was all enclosed by rock and metal.
Record. I just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. The last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders and lottery winners and life cults, all of them buried in their little shelters. Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at Gaia Prime, no different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific, and none of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp. One last gasp before the long-held breath. Before I wake up, I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself. To a quiet planet, a barren sphere. Just Gaia and her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
Hang on. Check something real quick. Okay, still going.
Evacuation happened so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Pake I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradiseidae zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose. Angry at myself for... Well... He died alone, and I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise saved either. All the time left in the world now to think. Gaia Prime's locks are sealed. Elysium sealed up, safe and sound. A distance of miles, but it might as well be on the other side of the galaxy. All the betas and gammas and support staff living their lives. If I hadn't been an alpha... If things had gone differently, I could have been there. Instead, I'm spending the rest of my unnatural life in here with people I don't even like. And without the one I would have gladly spent my life with. Given a chance. 2 hours since I signed off on the final executables, and I'm already a bitter old man bitching to his focus. There's a thought for future generations.
that's when you have to move on. True. This is ultimately such a bleak story. It is. Because, I mean, especially, I mean, this is... Everyone comes... You at this point, you come here to die. All the work you've done is finished. Whether you completed it or not, now you're effectively just waiting for death.
Elizabeth's room. I know it. She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals. Elizabeth's journals. And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but its engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years. Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
I don't know which data points I got. Is it these? Fall damage, under repair, under repair, under repair, under repair. Okay.
Elizabeth. What is this?
Something I'm going to check a little bit later. That's what it wants me to do, so... Oh, whoop. Thanks, Pharaoh. Good job. Kidding me, right? That's it. Didn't. Nothing in here, really. Or it's just waiting for me to do the bit.
This is Charles Ronson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap. Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Not what I signed up for.
Either we send someone out, or all of this was for nothing.
It should be Liz's decision.
So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
She already went out.
Oh no. Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia,
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen. The swarm's too close. Really. It's alright. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
She's supposed to look like that? There's that,
Not
like, the low
this.
signal.
There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings. At letting things end, so, let's not.
So, happy trails, Liz. And, see you around.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Take care of each other, alright?
Liz.
I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobek. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
So that's how she ended. She didn't die in here. She died out there.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never gonna hear this. That's not the point. You got to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
So I wonder what happened to her after, she closes the doors. I mean, obviously in an environmental suit, she's not going to live that long out there. And of course, if they said the swarm is nearby, she probably got ground up into biofuel.
Look, Liz. You're a pretty stand-up gal. I'm sorry you died. If you had a home to go to, I hope you got there first. But this monument Ronson's made to you? Kinda creepy if you ask me. Rest in peace, Liz. God knows you earned it.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children. After all Apollo has taught them, they'll think they know everything. But they have to understand what you did for them. How you loved the whole world so much. With an intensity that was dazzling. Bruising. And in the end, it killed you. Or you died for it. Different perspectives. No one could keep up with you, live up to you. I don't know, maybe if I hadn't taken that postdoc in Joburg. I'm glad you shot down the Lightkeeper protocol in the end. I don't think I could have taken seeing another one of you. I mean, Elizabeth Sobek. There's only one. I miss you.
Lightkeeper protocol. There was another.
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy. And her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
Can't you just for one moment stop calculating and let yourself feel? She sacrificed herself for her friends, for the future, for life on Earth. Doesn't that stir anything in you? The generosity of it.
You're trying to invest her decision with something magical. It was a rational choice, not based on sentimentality.
You're wrong. Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life. Enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Your argument is sound. I'm sorry for your loss.
She said she wanted to go home. Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
Okay, yes, nothing. Oh, yep, stuff came alive.
Hello, Margot. How are you holding up?
Dr. Ronson, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited messages from Ted.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to run interference with him. I'll talk to Ted. He mostly wants updates, constant updates, hundreds of updates on things he knows nothing about. Liz used to field all of his crap.
He doesn't understand the systems at all. That was kind of by design. But he's getting pretty sketchy with me.
We just have to keep him happy. Liz always said keep him happy.
Are you kidding? You ever hear how she talked to him?
She was managing him, Margot.
I mean, maybe I should ignore him. He's buried in his pyramid with the Hola Hola girls and Panta Antimod cuckoos. What can he do?
Don't you stand up for Ted Farrow. Okay. It's like vending machines. Weird.
What are we gonna plug into their heads, Liz? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not pablum, Liz. It's poison.
Uh-oh. This is where we find out what happened to Apollo. Ted fucking had shit deleted.
There's another section at the back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored, you found the control room.
I'm on my way.
What the hell was that jump? She could have easily made that, but for some reason the game like shorted her and made her do the hang. Ooh.
I've been taking a hard look at the project. In the end, it's simple. It's clean. It's clear. Erasure. Addition by subtraction. I can make it better, Liz. With a single stroke, make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Continue.
Yep. At least they painted the ridges yellow so Alo can climb. So, okay, we pretty much can assume Ted is the reason Apollo didn't go off. He was worried life was going to repeat the mistakes of the past, and so therefore, delete it. Idiot. He really is a Bezos, isn't he? Without Liz here, he went off track and... went on his own little way. Where am I going? You want me to go in there? Okay. Guess if I want to run this all over, I can just go right there. Do you actively despise Pharaoh? Yeah, so he... basically, he is the reason everything got fucked up to begin with. And then, as soon as someone comes along, creates a solution, has a viable solution, the solution gets executed, but he can't be done. He can't be outdone. He's got his own ideas. He's got to have his own final word. And without Elizabeth here to stop him, well, of course, he now knows better. History is just a version of events told by the victors, yeah. And with all these buried bots, I mean, this is where Ted makes his mistake, is all these buried bots. There's information still here, but it's all going to be fragmented and used completely incorrectly. Idiot. The last folks, huh?
What? When I opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the Alphas were in there.
There was a door. Okay, so is this where Hades goes awry? Or is this Ted? Yes, no. In a more cynical way, yes, but the means of chronicling events, no. Somehow hate Pharaoh more. Oh, sorry. Sorry, is this... Sorry, hang on. Is this... Oh, God, I'm so clumsy. Ugh, goodness me.
I'm locked out of core control. Alpha clearance overridden. What the hell is Omega clearance? Oh no.
Oh, good.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say. This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system. What I'm trying to say is, I can't stop thinking about the ones who'll come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before. Apollo has 3,000 plus fail-safe conditions.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
Ted, it doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago.
God damn it.
Apollo, it's gone. All of it. Every copy.
A sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But sometimes, to protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Venting atmosphere.
Motherfucker. This is why we eat the rich. You eat them before they turn into this bullshit.
He killed them all.
So this is why. This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance for an innocent future. Blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated, turned to dust, scattered to the void, like the Alphas themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, silence. Hope.
Ugh. Oh, I don't think I've ever hated a bad guy so much as I've hated him. Ugh. That's what I'm thinking. Liz, surely she knows this guy. She has to know this guy. There has to be a backup somewhere that he did not know about. There has to be some facility that she did not tell him about because she knew him. She knew him probably better than his own fucking mother. Because she knew how to handle him. So she had to know.
The Master Override. It's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it.
Eat the rich with Bernaise sauce. I mean, there's hope for a future when you have... I mean, what hope is there for a future when you have no data? Well, I mean, again, you know, he's trying to create... He did the idiot thing where, you know, new humanity wasn't created in a void. It was created on a rock, but... you know, old civilizations still existed. The old robots still existed, which meant data still existed. And the data that would remain would be the bad and corrupted and negative data. And so that's why he's such a fucking moron. Is that, sure, if the slate was 100% clean, fine. But the slate wasn't clean. It wasn't even erased. It was etched into the goddamn slate. So all he did was erase everything that was covering up the bad and just left it absolutely exposed. Like a freaking idiot. You can't start humanity over
Try
unless...
not to fall to your death. The Master Override doesn't override gravity.
Ha 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 ha. But I mean, you know, humanity didn't start from 100% zero. And that's where he failed.
Keep holding.
That's why he's a fucking idiot. How do I get back up there? This is just... This is where I found the other cell. How do I... You know what it was? Oh, you know what it is? This wasn't some, like, altruistic thing he was doing. He knew that if this data was kept, that if the information remained, his name would be all over it. It would be known that he was the reason humanity went extinct. That's all it was. It wasn't some stupid altruism to try to keep humanity from making the same mistake. It's so that new humanity wouldn't know that he is the reason everything got fucked up. And in his infinite ignorance, that's all the information that remained. He wiped out every piece of good information and the only information that remained was his stupidity.
You're here.
For a moment.
What?
Our journey together has come to an end, Aloy. But before I go, I think I owe it to you to tell you the rest of the story.
Go on.
Some time ago, I admitted that I'd been involved with the eclipse. But I never told you the full extent of my culpability. The truth is, I was there at the beginning. I found Hades, Aloy, buried on that mountain, trapped in that shattered titan. And I served it.
What?
It promised knowledge and delivered. Such knowledge, you have no idea.
And in exchange?
I helped create the eclipse. Helped it build a cult, an army to do its will.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your success depends on knowing this. When I found Hades, the first thing it wanted to know about was the Spire. Not Meridian. The Spire. Now why would that be?
The shutdown.
Spire was created by Gaia.
Which part of Gaia?
Minerva. Its code-breaking module. Gaia built spires to transmit the codes that deactivated the Pharaoh robots, shut down their biomatter conversion systems. Hades wants to send a new transmission. To wake the machines, so they can devour the world all over again.
Yes. Based on what we've learned, that's my conclusion as well.
So the Eclipse, the robots they've resurrected, they're just a means to an end. An army to capture the Spire.
Yes. So Hades can exterminate life all over again. Unless you stop it.
But why is Hades gone off the rails like this?
I want you to tell me everything. Hades, the Eclipse. Everything.
It's a long story, Aloy.
Then get started.
It began with a focus. Recovered from an ancient ruin, as yours was so many years ago.
It's my water.
In my case, the device was heavily damaged. There was just a flicker of life in it. I spent weeks studying it, attempting repairs, until finally, I succeeded. A whole new dimension of perception revealed, right before my eyes. That's when I detected it. A faint signal. Out there, something was searching, just like I was.
A real kindred spirit.
I followed the signal to its source. A shattered titan, buried in the jungles of the Jewel.
So you thought it was a titan? An old war machine?
I didn't know what to think. I'd seen such wreckage before. The Grave Horde, for example. But this was different. This was not quite dead. It couldn't speak when I found it, until my repairs gave it a voice. So began an exchange of knowledge. It wanted to know everything about our world, its tribes and machines. But the Spire was always its foremost concern.
What did it want to know about the Spire?
Its precise location, the surrounding geography, who controlled the land. Meanwhile, Hades revealed to me many of the intricacies of ancient technology. It bid me to recover and repair more focuses. Before long, I had a couple dozen up and running.
Enough to equip a small army.
The commanders of one, anyway. I didn't care. I was learning so much. Physics, calculus. You have no idea.
And the Shadow Karja? How did they become involved?
The Karja Civil War was a happy coincidence. A perfect opportunity.
An opportunity? That's what it was to you?
Yes. Overnight, half the tribe was in exile, desperate to win back Holy Meridian. Their religion made them easy to manipulate. All I had to do was present Hades as the buried shadow of their mythology. So yes, it was an opportunity. I arranged for High Priest Bahavas to meet with Hades. Helis was there as well. And so the eclipse was born. Anything to win back Holy Meridian.
But Hades didn't care about Meridian. And neither did you.
We live in a world of fallen cities and vanished tribes. What were a few more? Besides, I was too busy setting up the cult's focus network to Hades' specifications. A thrilling technical challenge, especially with the alterations I included of my own design.
The ability for you to spy on them.
Yes. I may have been foolish enough to serve Hades, but I was never so foolish that I trusted it. I installed what the ancients used to call a back door in the network. Secret access, empowering me to monitor all activity and communications.
What made you turn on Hades? It certainly wasn't your conscience.
Actually, I was troubled the first time I saw the Eclipse raise an ancient war robot. With my technology. I questioned Hades about its intentions.
A little late?
Indeed. I'd already outlived my usefulness. When I completed work on the Focus Network, Hades summoned me to receive my reward. The next moment, I heard it broadcast my kill order. I've been a fugitive ever since.
So when did I come into this? Our path together?
When Olin stumbled on you. System threat detected. That got my attention. A kill order against a savage Nora girl? Why would Hades bother with that? But then I saw that this Nora girl was wearing a focus, and bore an uncanny resemblance to a great scientist of the old world. Helis moved quickly. I thought you were dead. But then I detected your focus, inside the Nora mountain. The more I observed you, the more convinced I became of your extraordinary nature and usefulness. Through you, I could finally discover the secrets of the Earth. I vowed to do everything I could to ensure your success. The rest, as they used to say, is history.
The things you've done in the pursuit of knowledge, Silence. Pure recklessness.
Aloy, this wasn't a confession to elicit your judgment.
Unbelievable.
I've done all I can. From here on out, the rest is up to you. Take my lance. Fit the master override to it, and you have a means of injection.
Then I just need to get close enough to Hades' skull to stab it in?
Exactly.
Oh, no problem. Silence!
That end face.
Where will you go?
Elsewhere, and everywhere. There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out, it was yours all along. I was merely trespassing.
Wee.
I traveled far to find you. I heard your transmission. It was you, wasn't it?
Entity is not known.
I'm called Silence, and you are. I don't think you'd have called out if it wasn't something you wanted. You called, I responded. Will you tell me your name?
Hades.
You are a creation of the ancients. A war machine?
Define timeline.
Time? Ah. It is the 13th king of the Karja Sundom's reign.
Define Karja.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Were you created by the ancients? I wonder how long you waited here, buried, until I chanced upon you. How long you'd have to wait for another. You're obviously very powerful, but you're not going to get anywhere without me.
Titan Flame merely houses intellect. Define Karja.
Now that's more like it.
Wait.
They're coming.
Preparations are complete.
Ah, Lucent Bahavas. Behold, as I promised you. What manner of great machine is this? I've never seen such a thing. Stay! Stay your ground, Karja in shadow!
Incorrect. Bow before the buried shadow.
Damn.
Buried shadow, I don't understand.
Did Araman understand the Glinthawk that perched upon the alight?
It speaks scripture.
Araman followed the shadow cast from the spire.
To the mesa where Holy Meridian was founded.
You will follow the shadow once more.
I am a righteous man, chosen of the sun. But in times of need, the powers of shadow can accomplish what the sun alone cannot. Will you return to us what is ours, O Shadow of Prophecy?
An army is required. Obey, and Meridian is yours.
Of our obedience you can be certain.
Hey, 2 achievements. Oh, I'm level 50. We're not done. I think the UI just blocked me.
Task is complete.
Yes. The focus network is active, built to your specifications. Check it yourself if you must. I'll wait. But I remind you of the reward you've been withholding. Quantum processing.
Data has been compiled. Volume too great for transfer.
How inconvenient for me.
Come before me. You shall receive your reward.
Very well.
Helis. Threat detected inside Eclipse.
Speak its name, O Shadow, and it will die.
You will eliminate this one. Silence.
Silence. Yes. A
truth whispered at night is seen in the day. He was never one of us. It will be done.
Okay, anything else?
I have to tell Avad that the Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Derval, I know he'll defend the city. But the Spire...
Just wanted to ride the thing down. I can't. It takes me... Oh, I'm thinking of somewhere else. Never mind. Okay, so let's see. One, we've got our third tier skills, so we can either repair or we can do that. Let's go get this armor. Unless I'm gonna shove the stuff in, it's gonna go, you need 12 more power cores. And they're all up Glint Hawk's asses. You will have to extract them with your middle finger.
A quick way down.
I hate these loading screens. Wait, there's... Fucking can't... I'm gonna use a fast travel thing just to get right there. She hit a rock and it was all over. How do I have my avatar sync to the lighting of the gameplay? It's a special plugin. It's actually meant for 3D V2 models, but someone figured out how to sort of simulate it for 2D ones. And then someone went further to figure out how to create like a backlight that you'll see when things get bright. So it's a plugin for OBS, and then you have to do some tweaking.
Refreshing.
So yeah, I highlight the colors of the game.
Those clamps have the armor locked in place. Maybe there's a way to power up the mechanism, release the clamps.
Release the clamps!
Only 2 more. Just one more. There we go. The last one. All powered up. Now to get the dials in position. There must be some kind of code. These numbers. They must be related to segments of a circle.
Sure, but which way? It's funny, you waited until it had all the stuff to unlock the door. Oh, and it was satisfying. Sure, 90, but I'm gonna assume clockwise. $270 would be 360s. My brain's stopping here. X 270, then 360's top, and then that's what angle is that? I'm not mathing in my head right now. $90, okay, so then 630 minus is what? That's 270.
Did it. Let's have a look at that armor inside. All right. Now let's see what we can do with this material.
For some reason I just couldn't math 450 minus 360. I just for some reason couldn't. It's a special box. What's in that box? These stupid little things. Oh. Wait. Ah, there we go. Is there any way to just discard from here? No. Good enough. Okay, I'm already disappointed it's not an Iron Man suit. It doesn't look anything like was on the shelf. What the hell? Where's the kick-ass face mask and everything it had? Game, you never fail to disappoint me. I mean, it looks neat, but still, I'd rather have had the... What was a metal dummy? I'm a metal dummy. For thinking it would give me something that looked absolutely kick-ass. Okay, so I guess my life meter's blue as long as the shield exists. So basically, it just doubles my life. Takes 5 seconds, 10 seconds to regenerate. Nice. How much time is left? Oh, it triples my life. Okay. They should have given this to me, like, well, earlier on than this. I know, endgame armor, but... Again, if I'm willing to put in the effort for a side thing, should let me have it or sooner. If I'm willing to do it. I think I can still, because it says trading with merchants. So there is a merchant that will take those. I'm not sure who.
I'm tired of being tired. That's for sure. By the sun, I'll be beat by the time this is done.
Wasn't sure.
Khan Padish once again.
Should get in the light. It's got almost got like a the way the body weave is almost kind of reminds me of
Would you like to buy something today?
what's his name armor from Metal Gear.
I'll give you a good price.
Raiden's armor.
Back from the wilds. Find any Banuk relics?
Nope, not you.
Come on back if you find any Banuk goods.
Excuse me, Outlander? I'm looking for Banuk artifacts.
Who would take these? Oh well.
I prefer the one about the Sun Priest falling in love with a merchant's daughter.
I actually want to look it up. Say what I can do with them. Can be traded for a mystery box. I am in the mystery boxes merchant. Okay. This dude. Okay.
The Sun King is too lenient with these awesome.
You'll like what I have for
You.
sale, I promise.
Watch out for the...
So he's Yeah, here we go. Mystery box for the stranded figures. It's probably gonna be nothing good. The boxes are never anything good. Oh, warm socks? Wait. Warm socks. Just to sell. This rare and ancient treasure, good value when sold to a merchant. That's it. Warm socks. Weapon coil. Weapon coil and metal shard. So, not really worth much of anything. Oh well. The treasure boxes, the rewards for finding all that kind of stuff has been sorely disappointing.
I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like to discuss with you.
Watch out for the Oseram merchants.
Maybe like TV up here or something.
Aloy, what brings you to Meridian?
A threat. Helis commands a legion of fanatics called the Eclipse. They will attack soon from the west, with an army of ancient war machines. But that's not the worst of it. They'll bring a mind with them, god, demon, machine, whatever you want to call it. It's called Hades. And it doesn't want Meridian at all. It wants the Spire. And if it gets there, it will send out a call, waking more ancient machines, more than we could ever defeat. All will be lost. We can't let that happen.
I'm trying to understand, but my responsibility lies with Meridian.
Meridian isn't the target, Avad. You have to defend the Spire.
Perhaps the Vanguard, Your Radiance.
Yes. Send them to the Spire. Eren knows Aloy. He won't question it.
And have the city guard fortify the western ridge. There they can be seen to protect Meridian and the Elite, where the Spire rests.
Aloy, allow me to apologize for my behavior before. After everything that happened with Ursa, I was confused. If we're to fight together on the brink of life and death, I'd prefer to do so with your forgiveness.
Then you have it. As long as you don't confuse me with her again.
Even a king can learn his lesson. Good then. I'm glad that's behind us. Now, it will take time to prepare our defenses. Please, tell me what you know of our enemies. Everything.
I don't know about everything, but I'll tell you what I can.
I've done all the side quests as the characters come to... I've done all the side quests I know except for the hunting lodge.
Have you spoken to Blameless Murad?
Not yet, but I will.
He wishes to speak to you. Defensive preparations are his responsibility.
Oh.
Arrested too for disorderly conduct last night.
Is there a reason the game's not pointing me anywhere anymore? There it is. It's not on my compass.
Quietly does it. Panic in the city will only create another enemy. And do keep me appraised of each new arrival.
Praise the sun. Spies have released Prince...
Ah, Aloy. Preparations are underway on the ridge defenses and at the spire. Word was sent to every corner of the Sundom. Our allies offered their steel. Some came for Meridian, others for shards. But many came for you, by name.
For me.
Don't be so humble.
The ridge will be the front line. That's where the city guard are holding?
Yes, bolstered by some of the irregulars I spoke of before. The Oseram cannons that thundered Meridian's walls in the Liberation will now defend us. You're welcome to tour the defenses.
And the spire. Erend and the Vanguard are there?
Indeed. Clashing breastplates together and testing out their battle cries, I suppose. A number of the Nora have also arrived at the spire. They have resisted the offer of a royal audience. Perhaps you could parley with them.
I will. I suppose all we can do is wait for the attack.
Exactly. It's not a feeling I cherish, but our spotters at Evening Sign report there's still no movement in the west. So, if there's more you need to do elsewhere, seize this time to do it. Otherwise, I've made the apartment of Olin Delverson available to you. You can sleep there, if sleep comes.
So wait, which ones? Okay. So if we actually want to do the optionals.
You'll regret not stopping when you're in the thick of it.
Won't find better wares.
Come take a look. I'll give you a good price.
Have you just polished that armor, Uvit?
Of course.
Isn't that a little...
What?
Sun King of Odd Spies
Nothing.
saved Prince
Out with
Ethan
it,
from the
woman.
Shadow Carja.
Forget I
Now
said
they have
anything.
no
You
claim
look
on the throne.
very dignified.
Thank you.
And shiny. Very...
Aloy, I told you I'd be here.
You did, Teb. But have your wounds even had time to heal?
Honestly, if I fought, I'd probably come undone. But don't worry. I'll leave that to the other Nora at the spire. I brought supplies instead. These Karja have made me an honorary quartermaster, whatever that means.
It sounds impressive.
I could get used to it. We'll be setting up caches of arms and medicine under these banners. Look for them when the fighting starts. Aloy, when you went into the mountain, did the goddess tell you our chances?
She didn't need to. I know we can do this, Teb.
Maybe we can.
I had to take over my brother's shift today. Sure as the sun's rising, he's off courting that noble girl.
Oh, damage filed repaired. Data point. Quest. Just wrapped inspection of Gaia Prime site. Construction is well underway. Reactor installed. Plans for control room remind me of Starship bridges on those cheesy old SF vids. Living spaces for Alpha already completed. Prefab modules. Fingers crossed we never have to seal ourselves in here. Not that Elysium sounds much better. Spent last week at the Bryce site designing ZD Project Labs, drawing up protocols. The base we're repurposing was huge. Plenty of room for workspaces and residence blocks. The work crews already set up my office lab. I'm not a fan of the glass wall. guess Murray's intention was to ensconce me as an all-seeing presence. Ugh, opposite effect. Makes me feel watched on display. Tempted to paint it over. Harris recorded his presentation yesterday, suitably bleak, scheduled to record mine Friday. As soon as reception, lounge, holo theaters, and first residence block at ZD site are finished, we'll start processing the candidates being held outside Tucson. 27 already. Extraction teams prioritizing Pac Rim and Aussie candidates. How scared and confused they must be. Snatched off the street, carted across the world, held in cells. Here's hoping they understand once they see the big picture. Going to catch a few hours of sleep here, then fly back to the ZD site. Harris promised delivery of QB lattices by noon. Expect Mark 1 will take 2 weeks to machine, assemble, and test. I aim to launch Gaia at 0.6 T grounding. From there, I'll spin her up past 1.0 T. Wonder how long it'll take to break the 1.38 T record. MIE can go hang. Sleep. Last time I visited Prime was November last year. Months since have been a blur. I don't know why I had trouble reading that. Flew out last night to oversee installation of the central armature and the master override. You're welcome, Ted. Which was completed by 0430. So I decided to grab a few hours of sleep here before heading back to ZD. Called Gaia before I bedded down, ostensibly to update her on the site plan. But the truth is, I missed her. I've developed the habit of speaking to her before I sleep. Seems to be the only thing that calms me these days. Woke to a message from Oswald. The Odyssey launched yesterday, so terrestrial life's chance of survival has doubled. Why then do I feel so uneasy? Well, we know it failed. I just keep wondering what kind of world Far Zenith will create if the ship reaches its destination so many decades from now. And I worry about the alpha build of Apollo. So much knowledge, so few restraints, and no failsafes. How will they avoid repeating our mistakes? What's to stop them from playing God? Forwarded the Odyssey message to the Alphas. Naoto replied less than a minute with a poem, of course. The Building of the Ship by Longfellow. And it's long. All right. I didn't read all of it, but it seems to be about launching a ship rather than building one. This stanza or couplet or whatever leapt out at me. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. Yes, Odyssey and Zero Dawn both. Speaking of which, I should get back to ZD. Guess I should stop by Naoto's lab and check on Demeter's progress too. If I can get out of here without a volume of Tennyson pressed into my hands, I'll count myself lucky. Till next time. Why do they keep popping me back up here? Halloween. Travis came by trick-or-treating, dressed up like me. Should have seen that coming. I gave him a half-eaten packet of dandy wafers as a treat and kicked him out. But not before he invited me to some kind of Italian horror extravaganza he organized for ZD staff. Seriously, as though there weren't enough horror in the world already. Anyway, I was already scheduled to fly out of here to G Prime for final inspections with Harris and the president's delegation. Ted was here too, and he was not looking good. Kept fidgeting and couldn't seem to look me in the face without blinking. I was relieved when he boarded his vert and flew back to Thebes. Gag. Though I guess I shouldn't complain. If he wants to build himself a deluxe shelter to ride out the apocalypse, let him. Keep him out of Elysium and away from me. Harris struck ground long enough to give me a detailed briefing on the strategic situation. Basically, we've entered the terminal phase. As though the color of the sky when I was flying over here wasn't clue enough. Another 2 or 3 weeks and the atmosphere won't be breathable. The last vestiges of European and West African Civ brigades are trapped with their backs against the Atlantic. The swarm that scuttled across Antarctica is crossing the Straits of Magellan, about to start the death crawl up South America towards the Amazon. All the work we did to reconstitute the raid force, and it comes to this. And the advanced elements of the Pacific swarms are already skirmishing with the units on the Kalmar seawall. The noose is tightening. Projections show we can still finish in time, but the margin of error is plus minus 10 days. Not a good spread. If the plague breaks out ahead of schedule, well, it just can't. I will not let that happen. Enough writing. Need to get back to Zero Dawn. Was there more? Oh. Oh, I have to like talk to everyone here. Oh, okay. How you doing?
Little Huntress, you called, so here I am.
Ready to fight?
Fight? I thought you just wanted tea and conversation. Is there a battle coming? I wasn't informed.
Well, that can't be true. You're always informed.
Ah, so I am. We've only met a few times, and yet you know me so well.
I don't think I know you at all. But I'd like to.
Hmm.
And those
When I
abs.
hear that line, it usually means something else. Can I tell you a secret?
Of course.
I've been waiting for this fight my whole life. The enemy we face today is the same that turned Meridian into a slave pit and Sunfall into a bloodbath. Fanatics who torture and murder mothers, fathers, families, children, and say it's the will of the sun. I hate them, Aloy. I've got the scars of their whips on my back to prove it. And today, we can get rid of them once and for all. I said I came for you, but that was only half the truth. I came for them. This time, they're not getting away.
I'm with you, Vanasha. We'll fight them together.
And I won't forget it, little Huntress. Tomorrow, may the sun rise in a better world.
How did he get so close?
And then maybe later you can come for me. Okay, there.
Aloy?
At ease, Uthid. Meridian will be glad to have you on its side. And I am too.
The honor is mine. You saved my epitaph from being a fine soldier but a fool of a man.
I'm hoping you won't need any kind of epitaph just yet.
As the sun wills. When you found me, I was trying to eke out a glorious death. But now, a glorious life seems more preferable. To watch Edelman play in the low gardens again. Still surrounded by a dozen guards, but... what you did, Aloy, it was done well. Although, I can't shake this road, Vanasha. She delights in goading me, like brazen colors waved before a behemoth.
Do you want me to ask her to stop?
No. I accept it. Well then. Meridian shall stand and shadow shall fall. I swear it.
Here's to that, Uthid.
Yeah, just stay away from those abs. Those are mine.
The sun has risen on a new day.
Always stay bright, always stay alert. That's what I say.
Geneva, they called you back to duty.
So, you're the one behind all this commotion? Who made Sun King Avad finally show his sword arm from behind those robes?
A king can be fierce and fair, Geneva. He's a good man.
A smart man, too. He had Murad offer all my prisoners a royal pardon if they'd fight for Meridian. The whole motley lot of them agreed. Didn't take much convincing.
With your kind of convincing, I don't doubt it.
Ha! This time I went easy on them. Those who commit the crime of attacking Meridian, they'll see less of my lenient side. May the sun blaze at your back, Aloy.
Nakoa, you came to fight.
How could I not? During the Red Raids, there was only one Karja Butcher the Nora feared more than Zaid.
Helis.
I would stand against any army he leads, no matter how strong, for the Nora he terrorized, for myself, and for my father.
We'll stop him. You have my word.
Your word means a lot. Especially now. Because of you, I hear the sacred land is opened.
Do you need me to get those
If you
staple
win,
removers off
I
your
can go
ears?
home. It'll be good to see Jan again. I'm with you, Aloy. Until the end.
How many men do you think you'll kill in the
Can
battle,
I
Luther?
borrow like 5 yards of
As many as I
coax?
have to.
Like around your
I
neck
love
there.
it when you say things like that. It's so
What?
cheerful.
Huh. So you must be Aloy then. I thought there'd be more of you.
More of me.
Thicker, I suppose. More of a gear wheel, less of a ringlet. Don't get me wrong, you're very well struck.
Do all Oseram flirt at the most inopportune times?
Inopportune? Battle hasn't even started yet. Petra Forge woman. I hail from the Free Heap. I'll be heading back in the next dust storm. Marat asked me to check over the city arsenal first. Cannons have aged well, but I've cleared their throats so they can really roar.
Can I try one?
Everybody wants a turn. Have at it then.
Hold both to load ammo from nearby pile. Release to fire. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, wasn't done. Oh, so you have to keep it here, I get it.
It hits nice and wide. No need to aim it like a bow.
Oh, sorry. Okay, is that everyone here? Alright. I didn't do Petra? Did I not? I don't have any other quests. I'm into the frozen wilds and the lodges. And the tutorials. Shouldn't recognize me. Oh no. Weird.
That's a nice spear, Uthed.
Thank you.
Stay away from her.
Rip it.
Don't want to know.
Enough, woman.
Another damaged file. Wait, there are a lot of these. Wait. Said one of them repaired, but only 3 of them are repaired. I've read the other 3. I don't like the way they do the text file system. Ow, that was loud. Oh, it's right up here. Mistakenly go. Okay, good. I was worried I took a wrong turn.
Greetings, Aloy. Don't. You don't need to bow. The Anointed doesn't like it.
She doesn't much like being called anointed either. It means a lot to have you here, Varl.
I gave my word.
So, Meridian, what do you think?
I've seen many new things since I first met you. I should thank you.
Varl, what's wrong?
You really want to know? All right. I'm in a foreign land, a tainted land, defending a faithless city that looks like nothing I've seen. From something I can't imagine. And you, after all that's happened, all you've done, I feel like I should drop to my knees and worship you, but I know you don't want that.
Boy, things are pretty tough for you, huh? Thanks for telling the other Nora not to bow. It's the last thing I need.
Don't be too hard on them. They only joined this fight because the Anointed bid it so.
Is that why you came?
No. I would have come just to see you one more time. And we must fight a metal devil, because the goddess says. Or because you say.
I think the goddess and I are in agreement. We're both glad you're here.
So am I.
You just... No. You're just one person. Okay. Oh, there's someone down there.
So who are these guys?
They call themselves the Eclipse.
What does that even mean?
Aloy. So here we are again, gearing up for a fight. Only this time it sounds like the bad guys have a lot more firepower. What are we up against, really?
I'm not sure. But there's gonna be a lot of them, and they'll have machines. And if they get past us, it's not just Meridian that will fall. The rest of the world will go with it.
That's... big. It sounds like our kind of fight. Right, guys? Where do they put the Vanguard?
At the front of the line!
And why?
Steel before iron!
And what are we gonna do?
Hit them like a hammer till they can't hit back!
Damn right! You hear that? Nobody's getting past the Vanguard. We're here for Meridian. And we're here for you.
Thank you, Erend. Ursa would be proud.
Well, only if we win.
Oh wait, they move. Such a close thing. It's been what, 43 hours since Harris warned me, said collapse of the eastern line was imminent. Swarms launching some kind of pincer maneuver versus the Wichita salient. 5 or 6 days more, and I think Gaia would have launched without our help. I really do. We had to scramble. ZD became a madhouse. Absolute bedlam. Every team rushing to stabilize code and lock it down as Gammas got evacuated, then Betas. Once Gaia was on her way, I gathered the Alphas together to give them the bad news. Felt like I was going to throw up, but they already knew, of course. They knew the work wasn't really finished, close, but not quite there. Still tests run, kinks to smooth, work to do. So they accepted it. No Elysium for us. We'll spend the rest of our lives here testing and polishing each subordinate function to perfection. Guess that's what you get when you recruit a bunch of obsessive perfectionists. Managed to not cry until I got back to my office. So, here we are, setting up Gaia Prime. And yeah, such a close thing. Makes me feel nauseated all over again when I contemplate how the fate of life could hinge on coincidence. If I'd never proposed the Lightkeeper Protocol, there never would have been living spaces constructed here. If I'd abandoned the protocol sooner, the necessary life support systems never would have been installed. If. At least we don't have to endure the creepiness of raising the training clones of ourselves. The genetic material was never processed out of the Cradle's sites, so it's not even possible, for which I am glad. I really, really wouldn't want to spend time around a young Travis Tate, raised by Travis Tate. No, it'll be up to us to perfect Gaia, one generation only. Update. That was General Harris. The salient has collapsed. USRC expected to overrun in 2 days, which gives us 72 hours at best to lock down and seal up. Bury alive for life's sake. I'll go tell the others. So wait, then that means... Is this one different? No? So confused, because it's... Did I read this one? I can't remember which ones I've read because it's doing them out of order. It's a terrible way to do it.
Taller than the highest tree.
These cards are in their frilled armor look like
War Chief Sona. War Chief, you seem uncomfortable.
The Nora do not belong here. I do not belong here. I will fight the metal devil that threatens us all, but my place is in the sacred land. The wrongness here jags at me like an arrowhead.
I'm sorry to put you through this.
Do not be sorry. This will be ended. My spear, my word.
Okay, that's it. And we'll just zip back here. This is going on late. How much is left, Wickaluna? Should I stop? Because I didn't realize it was going to keep going this long. 20 minutes left? Okay.
She saved the Sun King's life. Get some ass in the process, too. Another attack on... What did we do to deserve this?
Ugh.
Take a look at these wares.
Boland's apartment feels empty. Should I sleep? Did I leave anything unfinished?
Let's go.
How could you sleep, Elizabeth, with a weight like this pressing on you? How did you, Rost, after you lost your family? Silence? Are you there? Guess I shouldn't ask ghosts for advice.
Achievement unlocked. All allies joined.
Ma'am, there are signs from the west. Sun King Avad awaits you at the Temple of the Sun.
Campfires, perhaps? Massing forces for the long march to the city gates?
That's not wood smoke.
Then what is it?
The end. Or how it begins, anyway.
Jesus. Oh, good. It's got Deathbringers.
The Deathbringers you spoke of?
To the guns! To the guns! Now!
By the sun, do as she says!
Set loaded! All of you, be ready to fire!
Will the guns hold them back?
We're about to find out.
Well, I mean, if arrows will, I would hope guns would. Someone blow up the toaster?
Helis!
No! Rally the vanguard. Send reinforcements.
Aloy, no!
We need those guns!
He will cut you down!
Not this time!
You have vexed me long enough.
Should have fought me in a sun ring then.
Oh.
Why do you fight?
Okay. It's not gonna go. We can't go frontal. Alright. Understood. Stop shooting me.
The end is inevitable. Accept it. Accept it.
Your end has come. You will perish.
Only endless night awaits you.
Blocked again.
Meridian must run red to be cleansed.
Ow.
If the Deathbringers keep firing, this bridge will go.
No, this isn't what I want.
Bridge can't take much more of this. It's giving way! Keep him away!
What are you before the terror of the sun?
The one who will take you down!
I am chosen. You came from nothing. You will die a nothing.
Okay, I see what you're doing. You have lunch and I'm still here? Yeah.
A savage cannot understand destiny. I'm chosen. This was not meant to be.
Oh, I shouldn't actually say it.
Chosen. Hades only chose you because you're a fool. A sadistic butcher too stupid to see you were being used. Your whole life was a failure. And soon, no one will even remember you. Turn your face to the sun and think about that! I'd have to leave something else behind.
God damn it. Fucking inventory in this game is terrible.
Meridian! Hold the line!
Where do you need me?
Take up a cannon! On the platform!
Gotta get to another platform.
Why? Oh.
Machines from the west!
Let's do this.
South! They're coming from the south!
Now's my chance. It's taking a shot at me.
Look to the west!
Oh, it's bad. Time to go. Here it comes. Better move.
Oh, hi.
But be wary!
Chance to catch a breath and prepare.
Raise arms again! West!
Okay, no more sneaking. Incoming! Gotta drop it and move!
Oh no.
Take cover from the Deathbringer!
I'm fine.
I'm just. Yep.
That'll help.
Beware, Nora! Incoming!
Alright.
Don't want to be here when that hits. Time to go. It's taking a shot at me.
My one weakness, I know, right? That was sweet vengeance, though.
Incoming!
They gave me a little bit of catharsis at the end. The armor helped drastically. Oh, hey, Hades. What brings you here?
Aloy! Aloy! Aloy!
Tab?
By all, Mother, you survived. I thought you were killed.
The others, are they?
No. Wounded, but alive, mostly. The machines blasted through, then kept going. They marched on the spire, dragging that thing with them.
Take care of the others, Teb. I've gotta go.
Always got time for a supply crate.
Gotta press on.
I don't know where I'm going.
Aloy, go! We'll draw them.
Fight or
Now you face their true sun, shadow demons.
Am I actually... Oh, I actually had low regular health. Notice that. Good thing Pharaoh deleted Apollo repeats of his mistake. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, good thing Pharaoh was looking out for us. Wouldn't want humanity to try to kill each other again.
It's begun. Hades is transmitting.
You can see it? Oh no, the ball's coming to life. Run, kid. That thing's gonna turn you into a slurry. Yeah, I'd say that this might be bad.
If Hades has started the signal, it must have gotten through the defenses. The Nora. Aaron's vanguard. I have to get up there.
Have you tried... I mean, I'm gonna be real here. Have we tried just turning it off again?
Gotta keep going.
Hell,
keep pushing.
Why does she do that?
Wouldn't
That
be
hampered
easy.
jump.
So no holding back.
We gotta go destroy Metal Gear. we gotta destroy the Shagohod. Yeah, how's it going?
Aloy! It's Aloy! Well, you can see that.
We thought you'd fallen at the ridge.
No, the ridge fell on me. Look, there isn't a lot of time left. I have to face Hades.
Not alone.
It's my fight. I can't ask you to come with me.
We were about to go over the top anyway, right? Right.
Hawk and Thrush, let's go.
I should stock up. Last chance.
The la-la-lu-lay-lo.
Shoot, let's get crazy.
Why didn't we think to just maybe destroy the spire?
Arrival of entity.
Oh, I feel that in my kidneys.
Anticipated. Entity will not halt transmission. To contrary, calculations are precise. Presence of entity has been accounted for.
Aren't you just a violent little soccer ball?
Get ready! It's a Deathbringer!
Ow.
What the? Get down!
With your bad self. It's really doing a shimmy shake off to the side there, isn't it? Whoop.
You won't escape me. Run if you can!
He's trying to shoot off all of my face off. Could you quit lighting me on fire?
Out of the way! Never seen so many machines.
All of you, focus on the new machines!
Don't remember what kills you. Oh, come on. Are you really chasing me?
Prioritize entity.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to move. That's got me. Freaking stun locks.
Last one down, for now.
The metal children have fallen.
Wow, you guys were actually useful.
Still got time.
Wrong arrows.
Another flight of machines! Are you ready? Take them out first!
action.
The hammer's coming down, Aloy.
No. Almost.
My way's clear.
It's down! Time to do what you came for, Aloy.
Look, you got him right.
System threat imminent.
I'm more than a threat.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't stick a fork in a toaster.
Master Override armed. To activate, state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master Override activated. Purging Extinction Protocol.
Yeah, poke it. There you go. You showed it. You took him down. That was one angry little soccer ball. This is why I don't trust anyone that likes footy. Look, even I look cinematic with my little effects. That was weird. Want to get a drink later?
We don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
Okay, Gaia. Sorry about that. Where was I?
You were telling a story.
Right. Yeah, so, like I was saying...
Shoot, must get crazy.
It was a children's electronics kit, but I hacked the wiring to an auto battery and solar PV. So the grass caught fire. And, so did a tall pine that had stood there, I don't know, maybe 100 years.
Query. You were how old?
6. My mother was home, thank God, so she called the fire department, and after, she took me out to the lawn and showed me the dead baby birds, because there were nests in the pine tree.
Query. What did you feel?
I'm not sure. I remember yelling that I didn't care, and that's when my mother took my face in her hands and spoke.
Query. What did she say?
She said I had to care. She said, Elizabeth, being smart will count for nothing if you don't make the world better. You have to use your smarts to count for something, to serve life, not death.
You often tell stories of your mother, but you are childless.
I never had time. Guess it was for the best.
If you had had a child, Elizabeth, what would you have wished for him or her?
I guess I would have wanted her to be curious. And willful, unstoppable, even. But with enough compassion to heal the world. Just a little bit. Anyway, that's all I've got for now, Gaia. Time to tuck in.
I wish you a pleasant sleep, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
The triangle of flowers. Imagine opening the helmet and she wakes up. Well, how well preserved was she? I like that ending that you get to see where she ended up. I really like that. Cuz it's like you get it gives you a sense of closure that you just really weren't expecting. The ultimate lesson is fuck tech bros and eat the rich. Amen. Well, so, I mean, it's no secret this game brought out a massive amount of salt in me. And I had problems with the game, but I think the game is absolutely amazing. What this game did well, it did exceptionally well. But it seemed like the things it did poorly, I was good at bringing that out. It really seems like what it did poorly, I was very good at just yanking it out and showing it. No one else seemed to have the problems I did, but so I mean, yeah, the game brought out a lot of salt in me, and I at times went back over the footage to like see, you know, were the problems I having actually legit, and I figured out that some of it had to do with the camera. The camera controls were both set to the mouse and the keyboard. And I noticed in some cases that were actually repeatable that I went and looked back on. You know, the things with like the bow firing off in odd directions. It seemed to happen mostly when the camera, because the camera was actually confined to the physical world a little bit. So if I was backed up against the wall, you know, the camera would go over her shoulder. And I think that often messed up the reticle. So it wouldn't be shooting where I thought it was shooting. And, yeah, I had a habit of not switching arrow types, especially in the start. Because in the start, I didn't know the importance of it. Because the game wasn't good at explaining that kind of stuff. And I think that comes to another thing, is that the game does explain stuff, but it very much kind of hides it or saves it until later. It's like the fight when you're saving the young Sun King boy, whatever. You know, the guy tells you how to defeat a frickin' rock breaker. How many rock breakers had I fought up to that point? And then here's this guy. Look, let me tell you how to defeat these things. It's like, you son of a bitch. And that's what this game kind of did repeatedly, was pit you up against these things over and over and over. And then somewhere later on, it goes, look, here's how you do it. And this was like, and it was, of course, right there in front of you with the hunting lodges. You know, the hunting lodge, here's what you need to do. Now go down the rope and we'll tell you what you actually have to do. And that seemed like just a pattern that the game went through over and over. I did like half the tutorials. I actually did do half of them. You're taking a controller type game to keyboard. That is true. But the thing that really made me notice the keyboard and mouse fighting over each other when it came to camera controls was riding the robots. You know, riding the robot cow. I had such a hard time controlling that thing. It wasn't until I think it was on Tuesday, I finally noticed that it wanted to go in the direction the camera was facing, not the direction I push on the keyboard. So what would happen was, if I wanted to look to the side while I was running forward, the cow would try to do both. And so, yeah, there was some control issues with the camera being between the mouse and keyboard, I think, which I apparently just exacerbated the shit out of. You're wishing the writing played more into it. Yeah, because once I did it a few times, I was like, nah. And yeah, like I say, it was hard to control or figure out how to control it pretty much. And once you get the infinite fast travel, writing doesn't really matter. Very true. I had problems with game language, you know, especially here we go with the writing again. Aloy, I had some problems at the start trying to figure out how to get her to stay running. It wasn't hold shift, it was toggle shift. And if she took a hit, she would stop running. So it took me a while to learn that. Once I learned that, suddenly running wasn't a pain. But the game never really kind of told me that. It's like shift to run, and it's, you know, is it a toggle or is it anything else? But when you rode your mounts, you had to kind of keep hammering the run. So it was like, well, sure, they have infinite stamina, but you kind of have to keep them running, which was highly annoying to have to keep them running. So at least it wasn't as bad as Tron 2.0 undermining 10 years of game in favor of pizzazz. Yeah. This game had I think too, another big thing that made me salty was, I mentioned this at the start of the stream, which has been going for almost 7 hours now. I wasn't entirely in the mood for this game when I started it. But with the announcement of Forbidden West, I wanted to add something other than just Fallout. I figured it was a good time to play Horizon Zero Dawn, even though I wasn't entirely in the mood for it. And I think that shaped my mood in playing it. You know, the salty moments that I wasn't very interested in. And, you know, my other big complaint was campfires being surrounded in enemies. It's like, come on, that's bad design. That is horrible design. And my final biggest complaint, Glint Hawks. Fuck the designer of Glint Hawks. Fuck the person that said, hey, let's just throw Glint Hawks everywhere. I hate those things with a passion. I would rather fight Thunder Maws than freaking flocks of Glint Hawks. Ugh. Oh yeah, Aloy's hitbox. Mrs. Buick hitbox. That was one that was like, you know, you could obviously see, like, what it was trying to do. I get what it was trying to do, which it was trying to do shockwave stuff, but it wasn't visually apparent. So, you know, we saw many times that an enemy takes a swipe at Aloy or crashes near Aloy, doesn't even touch her, yet she still takes the hit. And so there were hitbox issues. Oh, and One other was the whole enemies not adhering to physical objects and their ability to curve in midair. Because one of the things we saw was enemies can knock down trees, which I would have accepted them being able to get me from behind a tree if they knocked it down first. But so many times I would hide behind a tree from a lunging enemy and they would go through or curve around it, which I found absolutely ridiculous. Especially, like I say, when you had enemies that would knock down trees. And we did have that one instance. What fight was it? I can't remember the fight, but where I was standing behind a rock ridge, a freaking scrapper leapt in the air directly at the rock ridge in front of me. And we all saw it go around the rock ridge in midair and curve and hit me. So there was obvious points where it's like the point of taking cover just didn't work because the enemy just cheesed it, you know. So there were problems, and it seemed like I was very good at bringing them out. But that said, excellent game. Do I recommend it? Wholeheartedly. Please play the game. It's actually really good. I think it's an amazing game. But yeah, I just somehow managed to bring out the worst in this game. I also had a lot better time once I took down the difficulty setting. So I played over half of it, I think, on normal. And then I took it down to easy, and I had a much better time. I still struggled in places, but I had a much better time. Now we find out Pharaoh is still alive in the sequel. It's just murdering him, please. Revive him so we can murder him all over again. Glithawk's around too. Oh god, no. Well, see, the thing of it is, there's still the DLC. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know if I want to. At least not right now. I don't want to do it right now. Do it. No. Icy Glinthawks. I'll have to think about it. But I do want to play it, just maybe not right now.
And just beat the devil out of him.
Because I hear it's really good. So I do want to do it. I just don't know if I want to do it like on another scheduled stream or not. At least right away. Maybe we'll slip something in the meantime. I think the other big thing was the weapon system. The weapon system is cool. The quick swapping was really good. But I think where I found one of the things that, like I say, I didn't quite get that I was supposed to be swapping stuff was kind of in the language of the way it all worked. And, you know, having more weapons than you could put on a hotbar. Yeah, it happens. But the biggest one was with the armor. Because in the beginning, I didn't realize how important swapping armor was. And the whole reason is because with weapons, you've got the quick hotbar change. But when you need to change armor, you got to go into the menu, select your items, select your armor, equip the armor, and then back out. Which just really hampers a fight. Which makes you think that you don't want to hot swap armor like that. Which I think they really should have done. Is have some way to hot swap armor. I think would have gone well. I will admit I played this game poorly. I suppose a lot of it was, yes, I just played it poorly. But I had fun. A lot of it was very satisfying. And like I say in the beginning, I had a real blast. But it was when things got tougher that I started not enjoying myself as much. But I liked it. I liked it all. The visuals were absolutely amazing. The gameplay was good. Just fuck Glinthawks. Let's remove those from the game forever. Yeah, and like the premise behind how you took everything down was really good. I like that, you know, you had the various weak points, you had to hit them, it did various things. I wasn't always good at swapping weapons like the rope caster. I tended to forget about the rope caster and the trip caster. I was very bad at forgetting about that. But yeah. I like the whole technique of how you would defeat these big monsters. And I really loved the story. The story was amazing. And they really covered a lot. They covered a lot of kind of ideals that most people wouldn't think about or even bother to cover, so. But it was good. I enjoyed it. It was despite all my endless salt, it was a good time. I still think it's an asshole game, but you know. I think it was really good. So, but I'm kind of glad to put it down for a little while. We might do the Frozen, another time. But I want to kind of put another game in this time slot for now. Especially because we're getting into spooky season, all right? It's about spook time. And everyone who joined me on this and put up with my salt, thank you very much. I don't like that I got angry at so many points, but man, this game has made me angrier at points than I think I've ever been at a game in a long time. Even RimWorld. I think even RimWorld I got to a point where it's like, yeah. I would get mad salty at RimWorld, but for some reason this game just ugh. I know I was talking with a friend yesterday, you know, about I'm not really, I guess maybe it has to do with this past year and a half, but I'm not really into stressful games. I don't know if any more or just for now. And there are some exceptions, like RimWorld, of course. But I've been playing video games a long time. I'm losing my voice. I've been playing video games a long time. I've been playing them since they were poorly programmed and meant to eat up all the quarters you ever owned. You know. So I'm used to hard and stressful games and ones that just aren't meant to be beaten. And I've been playing games for so long that, yeah, I don't want to play games that stress me out all the time. I've been playing so long. I want to play my golden years of video games, right? Where I just have fun and do fun things, but, you know, with some exceptions here and there. And I think maybe that's just it. With everything the way it's been the past year and a half, I just don't want to be stressed out too much. So. And I think in some ways that hurt my perception of the game. But, you know. God, there are a lot of credits, aren't there? It's a very legitimate position, yeah. And I mean, it shouldn't even have to come with the excuse of I've been playing games a long time. You know, if some people just don't want to play games that stress them, you know. And that's an entirely valid thing as well. If people want to play games on easy or story mode, absolutely fine. It's just for me, you know. I've been playing so long. Oh, yeah. All these credits. Sandwich Maker, Air Wrangler, Steve Hounder, Lead Spaghetti Saucer. Maybe that's why I'm, you know, like, I'm playing a game like Fallout, but Fallout isn't really challenging me. You know, I'm having fun just going out, wrecking the wasteland, building stuff. That kind of thing. So. But yeah. This was fun. And exceptions to stressful games, like horror games. I do like my spooky games, and I intend to play some. Those are going to stress me out, so... Not entirely devoid of liking stressful games, but... Assistant to the assistant of the assistant's assistant. Gosh, that went on forever. I really didn't mean to stream this long, but... At least we finished it, right? 7 hours of streaming. How long are these credits? Christ. I like to respectfully let them play.
That's a lot of nuts!
It is. I gotta have dinner if any place is gonna be open to get dinner. It's 8 o'clock. It's after 8. It's almost 8:30. I haven't had dinner yet. My girlfriend's probably sitting downstairs or in the bedroom watching me. Please stop. Are you burning points? So I'll have to figure out what we're gonna play in this one's place. We'll put Frozen North or whatever it's called on the back burner for now.
Because it's science, that's why.
You're watching Biting and Plotting. Yeah, let's just decide what we're gonna put in this game's place. Because we're still doing Fallout. But yeah, trying to decide what we'll put in this place. Yeah, Luna's eating all the fish. Turns out she had dinner already. Plus, I'm sure the rats want to get out and play. Come on. Credits. Jeez. Okay, who in this list did the Glint Hawks? Who? Put your name to it. Put Glint Hawk designer. It better come up. Don't be a coward. Tom Lumen? I knew it was you. It's always Tom Lumen. You know it's Tom Lumen. He's the one responsible for the Glint Hawks. Justin Tinamura, come on, you enabled it. You're such an enabler. I'm getting 100 FPS though. Oh, that's true. Up here in the corner. God, is this the director's cut? Jeez. Secret agent. Secret agent. How do you have a secret agent? Here's all the babies that were born while I watched these credits. Oh God, I haven't played the Frozen Wilds. Don't you dare. Don't you dare put me through another set of credits. Didn't even notice it. I didn't even see it. I just didn't notice that right away. Now from the other side. I saw it in the flyby credits. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, for those that didn't know, Hideo Kojima and the people that made this game basically traded So when Hideo wanted to make Death Stranding, the people that made this game approached him and gave him, on a thumb drive, the engine. For free. And the only stipulation was any modifications or discoveries he makes with it, they get in return. So they pretty much work together. That's why there's the crossovers between the two. So this and Death Stranding are based on the same, or made on the same engine. Now we credit every character. God. They are. Multiple times. No. Look, I'm always respectful and I let the credits go. But a little bit faster, please. I started early today as well. I started early today and I'm going super late. God, how many named characters were there? Credit rolls are an advantage of one indie dev game. That's true, of indie games. You tend to forget when you play indie games all the time.
Friendship could mean that day. And it was delicious.
Well, we're gonna deal with that right away. Somehow. Is it already gone? It's not popping in my credits. Let's refresh that. There we go. Yeah, looks like it might already be gone. I've got the kill switch on ready, though. So if they try it, I'll be ready. Oh god, the credits are going so long, the music stopped. Jennifer Hale hopped in there? Oh, yeah. Just caught it. Additional cast. Jesus! I mean, congrats to everyone who played in this, but jeez. Burka Observer needed 4 different voices. Binoki Observer needed 4 different voices. I just realized this one has the name Haas Army. Interesting. International cat. No. 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 How could have so many credits? There's no music. Oh, there. We got some music. It's very faint. Just give in. How much further can it go? Music! What am I, a millionaire? Yeah, let's have to pay respects. Jesus Christ. I tried. I tried to be respectful. Don't you do it. Guess that's Hades. Yeah, they just left it.
Hello, old friend. Remember me? We've still so much to discuss. So much you never revealed. Your masters, for example. The ones who sent the signal that woke you. Knowledge has its rewards, don't you think? Well, let's begin.
Ah, God damn it. No. No. Can't do this to me. He'll just make more glint hawks. They even put a fence around the dangerous soccer. I know, it's like, congratulations on defeating Hades and protecting Gaia's dream of an Earth reborn. The state of the world has been restored to just before the looming shadow. Additionally, new game plus loadout. Oh no, Aloy's living in her own personal hell over and over again, where she's got to play time and time again. Alright, we're out of here. I'm done. I'm so done. And Jack is done as well. Oh, God. Okay, well. Yeah, no. Oh, no. There's more credits incoming, guys. We gotta sit through more. Oh, goodness me. All right. Well, there we go. It's over. Aside from the expansion, which I'm not going to do right away. All right? But I'll think about doing it. That went super long. I didn't mean for it to, but at least we're done. It's Friday, so I'm off. I'll be back Monday. Monday, we'll continue our Fallout playthrough. And on Tuesday, Friday, I'll figure out what we're putting in Zero Dawn's place. Sound good? Oh, okie dokie. I'm out of here. Let's see. Let me get back to my music cue. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. And I will see you all next time.